The year tipped toward summer without ceremony, school banners sagging in gymnasiums, sprinklers ticking along the edges of the cul-de-sacs, a sky that held light a few beats longer than it needed to. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights kept their early habit, a quiet metronome the block had set and never silenced. Ordinary looked effortless. It was. In the sheriff's basement, the file waited with its familiar gravity. A detective new to the unit, shoulders still squared by patrol, signed it out and carried it to the windowless room that smelled like toner and patience. He opened to the beginning and found the same hinge every reader finds. A friend's insistence, a tidy entryway, the paragraph that carries the Fourth Amendment on the back of 4 small verbs: observed, requested, declined, obtained. He wrote them on a yellow sticky note and pressed it to the inside cover like a compass. Upstairs, the training slide was still a photograph of a foyer: purse, keys, medication, car seats, silence layered with implication. The instructor let the image breathe before she spoke. "This is the threshold," she said. "Our job is to record the house before we change it." A deputy asked how to handle the call that is only a hunch. "Treat hunches like weather," the instructor said. "Write the sky. Let a judge decide if it meant rain." Records kept their own weather table. Cora requests drifted in with the tides. Anniversaries, class projects, a producer's optimism. And each met the same reply. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so footage could not outrun sequence. When someone asked for what the law would not allow, the clerk used the sentence that had become a guardrail rather than a hedge. "We protect both access and dignity. Both are public interests." The cover letter was as spare as a warrant and as deliberate. In the hospital, the strangulation prompts were muscle memory now. A nurse measured in centimeters and charted in quotes. "He put his hands here," arrow drawn to the right lateral neck. The note looked clinical because compassion that survives court must look that way. An advocate arrived without a clipboard. A detective arrived without a parade. Choices were offered in verbs, not ultimatums: call, stay, leave, plan. The patient picked 2 and asked for time. The chart recorded both selections with the same gravity. Dispatch practiced the script no one wants and everyone needs. A porch light that forgot dawn. A calendar square left blank by someone who never leaves squares blank. Call takers learn to translate worry into data without coaching answers. Last contact, vehicle, medications, children, known routes. They typed in full sentences and quotations, timestamps precise to the minute, commas placed with the awareness that punctuation can carry weight later. Their supervisor walked the room and repeated the maxim that had replaced pep talks. "You are the first writers. Write as if the rest of us will need your words to be true in 6 months." The district attorney sat at a folding table in a library meeting room and handed out paper instead of opinions. Amber criteria with the missing boxes highlighted from that first day years ago. A warrant template that forced particularity. A time sync worksheet that reconciled doorbell stamps with cell sector corridors. A high schooler asked why he never talks about motive. "Because why is where stories overreach," he said. "Courtrooms are built for who, what, when, where, how. Why belongs to rooms without oaths." In the lab, a junior analyst stared down a dramatic verb and chose consistent with. Confirmatories ran, hashes matched. Chain of custody read like a short, stubborn poem of initials and times. At the next bench, a senior tech kept a fingertip on the form as if it were a pulse. "We are not here to persuade," she said, not looking up. "We are here to be verifiable." Across the county line, a smaller department borrowed the Echo protocol without ceremony. Their deputy tucked the trifold beside trauma shears and a time sync clock. One dawn, a ranch road porch light burned past sunrise. He knocked with the 2-beat rhythm everyone now teaches, asked for consent without importing an answer, wrote absence like a fact rather than a feeling. That night, a judge read the report and signed a warrant that opened one door without breaking another. Victim Services kept practicing its strange craft, presence as policy. The advocate's phone vibrated at 6:12 a.m., a time made of thin courage, and she answered with the office's only durable promise. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she said, "I will." Sometimes that meant pushing a grocery cart through an aisle both of them had avoided once. Sometimes it meant returning a call just to say there was nothing new, because silence delivered kindly can still be news. Doc remained arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays, an ecosystem that domesticated spectacle into schedule. The term protective housing stayed a line in a file. Monotony did the daily work of consequence. Outside, people asked if that felt like justice. Inside, feelings had been replaced by clocks a long time ago. On Saratoga Trail, a moving van double parked and the neighborhood practiced its ant choreography. Boxes, tape, a borrowed dolly, a map of which days the trash truck forgives extra. A newcomer asked about the porch lights that clicked on before the sky insisted. A long-timer answered with the sentence the block had adopted without voting. It's how we keep time. They returned to the business of moving toward ordinary. The retired case agent, retired only in the way payroll counts, stopped by evidence with a coffee and a habit. He straightened a label, initialed a rebag, and wrote a sticky note no camera will ever quote. Audit hashes Q4, confirm fridge calibration. On the bulletin board beside the sign-out sheet, the 7-line card had been copied so often the letters looked hand-drawn. Start small, document big. Consent ends, warrants begin. Let video and devices agree without coaching. Science in nouns, families first. Don't say what a courtroom will have to unsay. When in doubt, write it down. That evening, a deputy in a different subdivision slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line out loud because saying it turns advice into action. He walked to a door washed in porch light and knocked the 2-beat rhythm built to carry down a hallway. Inside, a house decided whether it would speak. Outside, a pen waited with the patience of procedure. The file returned to its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool, not a relic. It would never address motive. It would continue to excel at grammar. Who, what, when, where, how, the only parts of speech the law can sentence. Its value now lived in posture, not plot. Porch lights on timers, consent documented, warrants particularized, science that speaks in nouns, context stapled to content, phone calls returned even when nothing has changed. That posture had become a threshold of its own, one the town stepped over every morning without noticing, and one that, when ordinary faltered, waited steady to carry the weight. He'd arrived in clean, steady lines, parking lot mirages, the tinny hum of air conditioners keeping offices functional and tempers civil. On Saratoga Trail, the porch lights obeyed their timers as if they were metronomes in a rehearsal. On Before the Sky asked, off after it learned to be blue again. The habit wasn't superstition. It was choreography. Down in the sheriff's basement, a door hissed and sealed behind the detective assigned the quarterly quiet audit. He signed the ledger, lifted the binder as if it were a tool, not an artifact, and set it on a table that had earned its nicks. This pass had a simple mandate: verify that a record built to last was still holding. He thumbed through seals, checked chain of custody signatures for leaps or lulls, compared refrigerator logs against calibration printouts that looked like seismographs of discipline. A label had softened at one edge, the glue losing to time, so he rebagged with a fresh outer layer, taped the original beneath, and wrote a memo that would look boring until a defense lawyer asked a good question years from now. The audit wasn't about distrust. It was about being ready for cross-examination from people who hadn't even graduated yet. Upstairs, the training slide returned to its quiet subject, an entryway that looked like a list: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and a pause that meant something. The instructor did not narrate. She let the room learn to see, then spoke. Write this down before anything moves, she said. If you capture small facts faithfully, big facts don't have room to lie. A deputy asked what to do when a neighbor's hunch felt flimsy. Treat hunches like weather, she answered. You don't sermonize a storm. You note the sky, you keep your jacket handy, and you write the time. Dispatch ran a scenario built out of air, a text tone that felt wrong, a porch light that forgot dawn, a calendar square that should have been inked and wasn't. Call takers practiced the grammar of careful urgency. Last contact, routes, vehicles, medications, children. typed in full sentences with quotations and timestamps that would carry into affidavits without embarrassment. The supervisor made his lap past the terminals, repeating the one line that had replaced pep talks. "You are the first writers. Put commas where courts can live." The hospital's strangulation protocol had matured from a checklist into muscle memory. A nurse with ink on her wrist where a pen rested between calls measured bruises with a ruler and charted words in quotes. "I saw stars. He said if I left." Arrows marked placement. A sketch caught what cameras sometimes miss. The note looked clinical because compassion that survives court must. An advocate appeared without a clipboard and asked, gently, which verbs the patient wanted today. Call, stay, leave, plan. A detective who understood doorways arrived without making the room smaller. Paperwork moved quietly, with dignity, like a hand on a rail. Records answered Summers' trickle of open records requests with their by now ritual. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't pretend to be context. When a podcaster asked for a piece the statute kept close, the clerk used the sentence that had become a guardrail instead of a deflection. "We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests." The packet left with an index and a cover letter that taught the reader how to read. Across town, a community center hosted a night called What Police Reports Are For, and the district attorney arrived without adjectives. He handed out 3 sheets, the amber criteria explainer with the missing boxes from that first day highlighted, a warrant template whose blanks coerce particularity, and a time sync worksheet that reunites doorbell stamps with cell sector corridors. A teenager asked why he never speaks to motive. He pointed to the pages. "Because this is what survives oath and appeal," he said. "You can't cross-examine a feeling, you can test a timestamp." The lab hummed where Summers never arrived, climate steady, machines patient. A junior analyst felt a hungry verb tug and chose consistent with instead. Confirmatories ran, hashes matched. A senior tech rested a fingertip on a chain of custody form like a person taking a pulse. "We are not here to perform truth," she said to no one in particular. "We are here to preserve it." 2 counties over, a smaller agency sent back the time sync kit with a softened corner and a note that said, "Held the morning together." Their deputy's report had read like a weather log: observed, requested, declined, obtained. And a judge signed a warrant that opened one door without breaking another. The method traveled because it was humble enough to fit in a glove box. Victim Services practiced its impossible craft: presence on schedule. The advocate's phone buzzed at 6:03 a.m. with nothing new to report, and she answered anyway. Sometimes she listened to dishwater and breakfast choices, because the sound of ordinary holds shape when grief unthreads. Sometimes she said no to cameras politely and yes to forms relentlessly. Her desk held a shoebox of late thank yous written in hesitant ink. She kept them for the day's bureaucracy won the staring contest. Doc, insulated from weather and news, did what it was built to do: count, open, close, repeat. The line protective housing stayed ink on paper. The routine did the heavy lifting of consequence. Outside, debates about mercy and monotony rose with the temperature and fell with the evening news. Inside, schedules outlived opinions by design. A law school downstate built a seminar around the trial that didn't happen. Students argued a suppression motion on voluntariness and a Shrek reliability challenge for digital overlays. The professor, who had seen both sides of the aisle and survived both, stopped a closing argument when it swerved toward story. "Elements," she said. "Put evidence where each element goes. If you need a metaphor, you need more paper." They laughed and then they learned. On Saratoga Trail, a moving truck bumped a curb and the cul-de-sac's ant choreography unfurled. Boxes, tape, directions about which day the trash truck forgives overages. A newcomer asked, not unkindly, about the porch lights that clicked on a beat early. "It's how we keep time," a neighbor said. "Some clocks tell you the hour. These tell you we're watching." The retired case agent passed through the evidence room with coffee for the tech and a mind that still saw seams. He straightened a label by a millimeter, initialed a rebag, and left a sticky note. Hash audit Q1 complete, fridge log verified. No camera could sell that sentence. It will matter if anyone ever asks. That evening in a different neighborhood, a deputy eased a cruiser to the curb of a house where a porch light lingered. He slid a laminated card from the visor and spoke the first line aloud because saying it turns guidance into action. Start small, document big. Two-knock rhythm. Voice level. Consent requested and recorded. A house considered whether it would speak. A pen waited with enough ink to write what it heard without adding a word. The file went back to its shelf with the soft thud of a thing designed to outlast the people who lift it. It will never explain why. It will continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how, the grammar the courts can sentence and history can stand on. Its afterlife is not story but stance. Porch lights on timers, consent documented, warrants particularized, science in nouns, context stapled to content, calls returned even when nothing has changed. The quiet audit proved the posture hadn't slipped. And in a town that learned at terrible cost to trade spectacle for structure, that was the victory worth writing down, again neatly, in the margins that keep truth from bleeding off the page. August burned the edges of afternoons. Heat lifted off the roads in small mirages that made distance wobble. On Saratoga Trail, timers clicked porch lights on before the sky needed them and off after it remembered. The rhythm wasn't superstition anymore. It was redundancy, a second system that would work if the first one failed. Down in the sheriff's basement, redundancy had its own smell, cool plastic, paper, a faint hint of adhesive from evidence tape. The detective assigned to succession planning, who keeps the ship afloat when people rotate out, signed the ledger and opened the binder to the page that begins every careful case. A friend insisted. A door opened. A house spoke in absence. He checked the backup. Digital scans of every tag and transcript mirrored to an offline drive. Hash lists printed and sealed. A second chain of custody copy stored 2 rooms away in case sprinklers ever decided to tell their own story. He found one photo index with a page corner thinned by handling, scanned it anew, and slid the fresh print beneath the original with a memo that read like a shrug, replace for longevity. Redundancy isn't romance, it's insurance. Upstairs, the training room ran what the instructor called a shadow drill. 2 teams, same welfare check scenario, no shared notes. Team A knocked, documented the foyer, purse, keys, medication, car seats, and pivoted from consent to warrant with the 4 small verbs that carry the Fourth Amendment. Observed, requested, declined, obtained. Team B arrived 15 minutes later unaware. They wrote the same objects, the same times, the same absence. The instructor projected the reports side by side. The small differences were the lesson. A verb sharpened, a timestamp confirmed, a detail neither team had coached into existence. This, she said, tapping the overlap, is how your writing survives witnesses leaving and years passing. Dispatch practiced a parallel call, 2 lines open on the same house. One caller, a neighbor who noticed a porch light stubborn past dawn. The other, a sister with a text that landed wrong. Call takers turned worry into the same structure without stepping on each other's cadence. Last contact, vehicles, children, appointments, medications, known routes. Supervisor walked between them, finger on a stopwatch and an ear for punctuation. Commas save lives, he told them, half-joke, wholly policy. So does not filling in someone else's blank. At the hospital, redundancy rode in a second pen. The nurse charted strangulation prompts with a ruler and a clock, then handed the clipboard to a colleague who traced the same bruises and wrote the same quotes, uncoached. He pressed here. I saw stars. 2 sets of notes anchored 1 set of facts. The advocate arrived, and a few minutes later another. Not because one wasn't enough, but because shifts end and people are human. Between them, they kept the thread from fraying. When the detective came through the door with shoes that didn't squeak, she had 2 phone numbers on a sticky note and 1 patient who'd been given verbs instead of ultimatums. The district attorney hosted a Saturday paper lab at the library. He stacked duplicates the way you would for a trial that might happen in a county with a different skyline. Time-sync worksheets, warrant templates that force particularity, the amber explainer with the same boxes empty that had been empty years ago. A kid in a baseball cap asked why the packets came in pairs. Because printers jam, the DA said. then softened it into doctrine. Also because your first draft is the one you fix and your second draft is the one you file. The records office had learned to build packets that could travel without staff. Every Cora response now included an index, a one-paragraph redaction statement, and a timeline stapled on top. A clerk going on leave trained her replacement with a ritual: 3 envelopes, 3 cover letters, 3 explanations rehearsed aloud until they were identical. When a podcaster insisted on a raw clip that Law and Dignity kept sealed, the new clerk read the same sentence the old one would have used: "We protect both access and dignity. Both are public interests." Then sent the transcript and slept fine. In the lab, redundancy looked like peer review. A junior analyst wrote consistent with where a headline verb wanted to sneak in. Her bench partner checked the controls, reran the confirmatory, and initialed the margin with the quiet pride of someone who prefers being second to being wrong. At the next station, a senior tech placed 2 chain of custody forms on the table and traced each line with a fingertip. "We're not here to perform truth," she said, the lab's mantra by now. "We're here to preserve it twice." Across the county line, a smaller agency ran the echo protocol with a second unit shadowing the first, 5 minutes behind. The deputy in the lead car knocked the 2-beat rhythm and documented the foyer. The deputy in the trailing car set up the time-sync clock, pulled the laminated checklist, and watched the house in the kind of quiet that doesn't spook a hallway. Their reports matched. Their memories would not have to carry the load alone. Victim services practiced overlap. When the advocate's phone buzzed at 6:07 a.m., a colleague was already at her desk, reading the same roster with the same pencil. If one voice shook, the other finished the sentence. If a family asked a question the law had already answered, they heard the same answer twice, gently, because grief can't always absorb precision on the first pass. The office's promise remained unglamorous and absolute. "If you need one of us to stand next to you while you do nothing, we will. And if one of us can't, the other will." Doc held its own version of redundancy: 2 counts per shift, 2 signatures per transfer, 2 sets of eyes on any movement through a door with a paragraph for a name. The line protective housing lived in files and manifests. Schedules did their unsentimental work of turning days into units that could be counted without adjectives. The outside debates about monotony and mercy never seeped in. Routine is the river there. It runs whether you watch it or not. A law school downstate assigned the trial that didn't happen to 2 sections: 1 prosecution, 1 defense. Without telling them, they would argue in front of the same professor an hour apart. The first team mapped evidence onto elements like a carpenter laying joists. The second tried to pull nails with adjectives until the professor stopped them mid-sentence. "You don't beat good paper with poetry," she said. "You beat it with better paper." The next week, both teams arrived with duplicates and fewer metaphors. On Saratoga Trail, redundancy looked like a block group text that never slept and a neighbor who knew a second way to cut the water when a pipe split. A newcomer asked during a cookout why the porch lights still clicked on early. A long-timer answered with the same 6 words everyone used now, without deciding to: "It's how we keep time here." The newcomer nodded and found the timer on her phone. Late, the retired case agent, retired only on pay stubs, stopped by evidence with coffee and a habit. He straightened a label by a millimeter, initialed a rebag, and left 2 sticky notes where one would have done: Hash audit Q2 verified, fridge log calibration confirmed. Redundancy, he knew, is how you treat a file like a bridge you expect your grandchildren to cross. And somewhere else in the county, a deputy eased a cruiser to a curb where a porch light lingered. He slid a laminated card from the visor and spoke the first line aloud because saying it turns advice into action. Start small, document big. Behind him, 5 minutes out, a second unit rolled quiet, ready to write the same verbs if the first voice faltered. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. Inside, a house decided whether it would speak. Outside, 2 pens waited with enough ink to write what they heard, only what they heard, twice if needed. The file went back to its shelf with the steady thud of a tool built for a long life. It would never describe motive, It would keep excelling at who, what, when, where, how the grammar courts can sentence and communities can stand on. Redundancy had become the town's unshowy grace. Porch lights on timers, consent documented and warrants particularized, science in nouns and peer-reviewed, context stapled to content, calls returned by two voices even when nothing has changed. When ordinary faltered, the second system caught it, not louder, just reliably, so the measured truth could keep outrunning the loud story, one duplicate at a time. A late thunderstorm rolled over the plains and shook loose the power the way a hand shakes a tablecloth. For a few hours, the town lived by battery and habit. On Saratoga Trail, the porch lights still managed their early flicker, timers backed by tiny cells, redundancy doing what it was built to do. Dogs barked at the change in air. A parent held a flashlight under a child's blanket and made reading look like camping. Downstairs in the sheriff's building, the evidence room shifted to generator hum and hand lamp. The detective on perimeter duty, the one who checks the fence lines of procedure when conditions go sideways, walked the aisles with a clipboard that didn't care about outages. Seals intact, locks engaged, refrigerators cold, the analog thermometer tape scribbling a stubborn green line even as monitors blinked amber. He signed a paper log with a pen that wouldn't argue. The file that once felt like a center of gravity looked the same in low light. Cardboard, tape, ink, the unglamorous architecture of memory that doesn't blink. Upstairs, the training session didn't cancel, it adapted. No projector, no slide of the tidy foyer with purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats. The instructor sketched it on a whiteboard with a squeaky marker and let the room fill in the quiet. "Write it before you move it," she said. "Power or no power, this is where your credibility starts." A deputy asked about consent when cameras fail. The instructor drew the 4 verbs that carry the Fourth Amendment on the back of a wallet card: observed, requested, declined, obtained, and added a 5th line below them, documented by hand. "Your notebook," she said, "is not a consolation prize, it's a witness." Dispatch practiced its own blackout drill. Screens dimmed to gray, the room leaned into radios and repetition. 2 calls arrived with different angles on the same worry. A porch light stubborn past dawn. A daycare text saying a child hadn't shown. Both lines asking for a welfare check. Call takers wrote with pencils that left grooves and timestamps that would live. They asked the questions that turn weather into data. Last contact, medication, vehicles, known routes, resisting the human urge to fill silence with story. The supervisor moved between chairs with a red pen circling commas as if they were guardrails. "When the lights come back," he said, "this is the record, make it proud of you." At the hospital, the strangulation protocol didn't notice the storm. A nurse measured bruises in centimeters under a lantern glow and charted in quotes that would outlast battery life. He put his hands here. "I saw stars." A colleague duplicated the notes without being told, redundancy as second nature. The advocate arrived in a rain slicker, hair wet, voice even. "Which verbs do you want today?" She asked, the office's creed disguised as a question. "Call, stay, leave, plan." The patient chose 2 and asked if she could decide the 3rd in the morning. "Yes," the advocate said, which is a kind of shelter. Records worked by headlamp. The clerk stacked Cora responses the way a baker stacks rounds. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips can't pretend to be context. A podcaster's request for raw something met the same sentence that had become policy. S backbone. "We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests." She added a note in the margin, "Systems down, context intact," and slid the envelope into an outgoing tray that would wait for the mail room's lights. The district attorney turned a library talk into a tabletop lesson. By flashlight, he passed around paper, the amber explainer with the boxes still empty from that first day, a warrant template whose blanks demand particularity, a time-sync worksheet that reunites doorbell stamps with cell sector corridors even when servers nap. A teenager asked, "What do you do without the tools?" The DA tapped the forms. "These are the tools," he said. "Adjectives fail in the dark. Paper doesn't." In the lab, machines held their breath and then resumed. Analysts did what the lab's culture had taught them: check controls, write consistent with rerun confirmatories that blinked during the surge. A senior tech placed a finger on the chain of custody form like a person counting a pulse. "We are not here to perform truth," she said, as if reminding the room and the generator both. "We're here to preserve it." Twice. 2 counties over, a smaller agency ran the echo protocol with flashlights and patience. The lead deputy knocked the 2-beat rhythm people here from the back hallway. The shadow unit arrived 5 minutes later with an atomic clock glowing blue in a raincoat pocket. Consent was requested and granted, written down in block letters a judge could read without squinting. When the power returned at noon, nothing needed to be rewritten. The daylight matched the paper. Doc kept its metronome. Counts by voice, doors by manual override, trays delivered on a schedule indifferent to weather or debate. The line protective housing stayed ink where ink lives. Outside, people asked again whether monotony sounded like mercy. Inside, routine sounded like a bridge that doesn't collapse when the lights hiccup. Victim services kept the promise that has no off switch. The advocate's phone vibrated at 6:19 a.m. Thin courage hour, and she answered with the sentence she can now say on no sleep: "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, I will." They spoke about coffee and candles and children who think flashlights turn houses into caves. The call ended with nothing changed except the feeling of being alone, which is not nothing. On Saratoga Trail, the storm passed and left the air scrubbed. A neighbor checked on a neighbor because the group text suggested it, and because the muscle had been used enough to remember itself. A newcomer asked why the lights come on before the sky gives permission. A long-timer said, "It's how we keep time," and then because storms humble added, "and how we see each other." By afternoon, the evidence room lights were steady. The detective on perimeter duty filed his clipboard notes and added a line to the memo that will bore anyone who hasn't testified under oath. All temperature variances within tolerance. Manual entries legible. No seal compromise observed. He put the file back on its shelf with that familiar rubbery thud, a sound like a door closing correctly. Evening brought the small ceremony the department didn't announce, a sweep by patrol through blocks that had learned to hear themselves. A deputy eased to a curb where a porch light lingered on purpose, slid the laminated card from the visor, and read the first line out loud: "Start small, document big," because saying it turns guidance into action. 2-knock rhythm, voice level. Consent requested and recorded. The House considered whether to speak. The pen waited with enough ink to write what it heard without adding a word. That is what the perimeter looked like now, not fences but habits. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants particularized in ink that can be read by candlelight, science that speaks in nouns even when the room hums, context stapled to content, calls returned before sunrise. A town that understands its safety is a choreography, not a mystery. When ordinary faltered, the perimeter held, not with volume but with technique, so the measured truth could keep outrunning the loud story, even when the lights flickered. September arrived with the clean click of a metronome, school bells, crosswalks, the first sweaters taken on faith. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights kept their appointed hour, a soft oath renewed nightly in yellow. The habit read like prayer to those who wanted it to everyone else it was a schedule that kept shadows honest. In the sheriff's building, the file lived its routine under fluorescence that hummed like patient insects. A detective scheduled for interval review, the audit that checks what time does to paper, signed the ledger, opened the binder, and traced a finger down dates as if reading a pulse. Seals, intact. Chain of custody, continuous, no gaps. Refrigerator logs, steady, with calibration slips stapled behind each month like footnotes that know their worth. He added a fresh note where old tape had surrendered and rebagged an envelope with a signature that would one day answer a question asked by someone not yet sworn. Upstairs, the training room returned to its ritual. The first slide was still a foyer. Purse, keys, medication, car seats, ordinary arranged into evidence by attention. The instructor let the room breathe. "Intervals matter," she said. "Record the room before you ask it to change, record it after you do. The gap will be evidence or apology. A deputy asked how to write a hunch without dressing it as fact. "Give it a timestamp and a pronoun," the instructor said. "I observed, I felt, I noted. Then stop. Let the affidavit earn the verbs that follow." Dispatch drilled the 5-minute gap, the time between a neighbor's uneasy call and a sister's measured worry. 2 lines open, 2 sets of questions that rhymed without repeating. Last contact, vehicles, medications, children, appointments, known routes. Call takers typed in complete sentences with quote marks where voices belonged, commas where a court could rest. The supervisor carried a pencil like a conductor's baton. "You set the tempo," he said. "Write so officers can step into the rhythm without tripping." At the hospital, the strangulation protocol moved with the steadiness of a pulse oximeter. A nurse measured, sketched, quoted. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements and wrote the same quotes without prompting. 2 notes, same truth. An interval built into care so that later, when memory tired, paper would still be awake. The advocate arrived with the office's verbs at the ready: call, stay, leave, plan, and a patience that recognized time as treatment. The detective who stepped in wore soft soles and a posture that did not cut the room into pieces. Her notebook opened to a page labeled before-after. Records matched the pace. A stack of Cora requests, some earnest, some recreational, earned the same packet. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't outrun context. A producer asked for what statute and decency keep sealed. The clerk answered with the sentence that had become both guardrail and creed: "We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests." She added a line few notice and fewer appreciate. Release delayed 48 hours to notify family. Intervals protect people as surely as locks do. The district attorney spent an evening in a gym that smelled of polish and progress, teaching a class called Paper Speaks. He handed out 3 sheets, the amber explainer with the boxes that had been empty since the first morning, a warrant template whose blanks punish laziness, and a time sync worksheet that reunites doorbell stamps with carrier corridors so timelines can hold. A student asked why he never talked about motive. "Because motive is a story," he said. "I file sentences." In the lab, machines breathed their climate-controlled breath and analysts kept faith with nouns. A junior tech felt the tug of a loud verb and chose consistent with instead. Her bench partner reran the confirmatory and initialed the margin with the quiet pride of verification. At the next station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody form like a pulse point. "Intervals," she said. "Who had it when? For how long? Could they change it? Did they? The answers are the science." 2 counties over, a smaller department ran the echo protocol with an eye on timing. The lead deputy cleared the threshold at 08:07 on the report. The shadow unit arrived at 08:12 and wrote the same room without coaching it. "Consent requested, granted, documented twice." When a judge read both affidavits that night, the 5-minute interval looked like integrity on paper. Victim services kept the hour no one wants, the one between 6:00 and 7:00 a.m. when courage is thin and coffee is theory. The advocate answered the phone with the office's only unconditional promise. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she said, "I will." They built a morning out of small acts spaced kindly: make the bed, open the blinds, sit for 2 minutes, call back if you want to. Intervals as scaffolding. Doc kept its arithmetic counts, doors, passes, trays, intervals made of keys and clocks rather than feeling. Protective housing stayed a line in a file. Monotony did the day-by-day work of consequence. Outside, people wondered if steady time felt like justice. Inside, steady time was the point. At the high school, a counselor ran a quiet drill with a student who needed a plan that didn't look like a plan. 3 check-ins across a day. A borrowed hall pass, a visit to a room with a plant that survived indifference, a note folded small and carried like a ticket. The detective who consulted on the policy wrote intervals protect in the margin and underlined it. On Saratoga Trail, a moving van idled at the curb and the ant choreography began, dollies, tape, boxes labeled in someone else's handwriting. A newcomer asked, not unkindly, why the porch lights still come on before the sky insists. A long timer said, "It's how we keep time." then pointed to the sky as it softened. And how we notice when time slips. Evening brought a patrol car idling a block away from a house where a porch light lingered with intention. The deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and read the first line out loud because saying it turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big, two-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. He wrote 0831 beside I observed, 0833 beside I requested, 0834 beside consent granted, 0845 beside search ceased, warrant sought. The spacing made a skeleton strong enough to stand without anyone standing next to it. Back in the basement, the detective closed the binder and wrote a one-sentence memo that looked like nothing to anyone who hadn't seen a cross-examination. Intervals verified, custody continuous, margins legible. He put the file on its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook. The town had learned to live by intervals. Porch lights before dusk and after dawn. Notes before movement and after. 2 voices for the same call. 2 measurements for the same bruise. Packets that wait 2 days so news doesn't beat a family to its own history. The story had long since stopped trying to explain why. It had chosen a grammar that courts can sentence and people can stand on. Who, what, when, where, how, and a tempo measured not in headlines but in habits. When ordinary faltered, the intervals held and the measured truth, paced, stamped, legible, kept outrunning the loud story by exactly the distance a careful report can cover. October arrived in straight lines, bus routes, marching band practices, the first frost rehearsing on roofs. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights honored their early cue like a chorus that never looks down for lyrics. The habit had outlived the headlines. It lived now as muscle, as manners. In the sheriff's building, a detective packed a box with the careful chaos of a person between assignments. Framed citation, plant leaning toward a window it never quite reached, the coffee mug that tasted like a year. His replacement stood in the doorway, legal pad ready, pen capped. This was the handoff, not ceremony, choreography. They walked the corridors of procedure instead of nostalgia. Consent to warrant, evidence to fridge, lab to ledger. When they reached the basement, the outgoing hand didn't pat the binder as if it were sacred. He lifted it like a tool and turned pages until he found the paragraph that had carried the Fourth Amendment on the backs of 4 small verbs. He wrote them again on a fresh sticky for a fresh cover. Observed, requested, declined, obtained. The page did not yawn at the repetition. Good paper likes echoes. Upstairs, training stopped pretending the slide of the tidy foyer could teach itself. The instructor, new title, old patients, drew the room in dry erase, purse, keys, medication, car seats. Then she added a door half open and a line beneath it labeled handoff. Between patrol and detectives, she said, you will lose cases if you drop this moment. Record what changed in the gap. Who stepped in, what moved, what paused. A deputy asked how to write the part where instinct walks ahead of policy. You don't, she said. You date it, time it, and stop. The affidavit earns the verbs. Dispatch ran a drill built around a baton pass. One call came from a neighbor whose porch light worried her. The next, 5 minutes later, from a coworker reading a string of missed texts. The first call taker built a frame. Last contact, vehicles, children, medication, routes, and announced the file number like a lighthouse. The second picked up the number and added detail without repeating plot. You are not sharing a story, the supervisor said. You are completing a sentence. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol introduced a second hand by design. A nurse measured and sketched. 5 minutes later, another repeated the work without suggestion. 2 notes now carried the same quotes. He pressed here. I saw stars. The advocate split the verbs like rations you mean to last. Call, stay, leave, plan, offering one now and saving the others for the morning. When the detective arrived, shoes quiet and notebook open to a page labeled before after. The chart read like a bridge that could carry weight without drama. Records passed their craft along like a recipe. The senior clerk stood behind the new hire while a Cora packet took shape. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips could not pretend to be context. The cover letter ends with the same sentence every time, she said, and the new clerk read it aloud until it fit in her voice. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. A podcaster called for something the statute and decency keep sealed. The answer sounded neither defensive nor pleased. Guardrails, not apologies. The district attorney taught a night class called Continuity in a gym that smelled like varnish and second chances. He handed out 3 sheets, amber criteria with the same boxes empty as the first day, a warrant template that punishes vagueness, a time sync worksheet that reunites doorbell stamps with cell sector corridors. A student asked how you keep a case from becoming a campfire tale as it ages. You build for handoffs, he said. Legible margins, dates that touch, signatures that answer strangers. If a sentence needs me to explain it, the sentence is wrong. In the lab, continuity looked like a second set of eyes. A junior analyst wrote consistent with where a hungrier verb wanted to live, and a peer reran the confirmatory with the boredom you want in a truth-teller. At the far bench, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody form like a pulse. "If I drop dead," she said, "this line should let a stranger testify." The room laughed, the way rooms do when they nod at gravity and get back to work. 2 counties over, a smaller agency ran the echo protocol with a literal baton, a laminated card that moved from glove box to notebook to courtroom. The first deputy knocked the 2-beat rhythm, documented absence as if it were a presence. The shadow unit arrived 5 minutes later and wrote the same nouns without coaching them into existence. When a judge read both affidavits that night, the shared verbs looked like architecture. Victim Services trained its own succession the only way it knows, by showing up in pairs. The phone that vibrates at 6:11 a.m. belongs to the office, not the person. If one advocate's voice thinned, the other finished the sentence. If a family asked the same question a week later, the answer arrived in the same tone, because stability is a kind of mercy. The office's promise did not depend on names. If you need someone to stand next to you while you do nothing, we will. Doc held steady at its metronome, counts, doors, passes, trays, intervals that outlast personnel lists. Protective housing remained a line in a file. Monotony kept translating spectacle into schedule. Outside, arguments about mercy and monotony traded daylight. Inside, the lights hummed the same song. At the high school, a counselor handed his steady binder to the new hire. 3 check-ins spaced across a day. A list of adults printed on the back of IDs in type that didn't shout. A policy that let a detective sit without turning the office into an incident. "You will forget your first crisis," he said, "but you won't forget your first handoff. Write so the next person can keep a promise you made." On Saratoga Trail, a moving van sighed at the curb and neighbors did their ant choreography, boxes, tape, trash day lore. A newcomer asked about the early porch lights. A long-timer handing over a roll of blue painter's tape said the sentence this street uses when it explains itself without explaining. "It's how we keep time." Then, because goodwill is also policy, added, "Welcome." Evening laid a steady blue over the cul-de-sac. A patrol car idled a block away from a house where a porch light lingered exactly on schedule. Inside the cruiser, the new deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line aloud because saying it turns guidance into practice. "Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm. Voice level. Consent requested and recorded." He wrote 1912 observed, 1913 requested, 1914 consent granted, then stopped himself from filling the silence with story. The next unit arrived 5 minutes later and wrote the same nouns from a different angle. Handoff complete. In the basement, the outgoing detective tucked the sticky note with the 4 verbs back under the binder's cover and set the file on its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook. The room hummed like a promise kept without applause. Above ground, timers clicked. Sprinklers stitched the air. Someone reheated dinner. Someone finished homework. Someone dialed a number to be brave for 30 seconds. The town's safety did not depend on a single perfect act. It depended on handoffs, of calls, of notes, of rituals, of sentences built to be continued by someone who hasn't arrived yet. And that was the point. When ordinary faltered, the next pair of hands knew exactly where to put their fingers so the measured truth could keep outrunning the loud story, shift after shift, name after name. Frost stitched the lawns in a thin silver that vanished by second bell. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights took their early bow as usual, little metronomes of intention, and then clicked off just after the sun remembered itself. The habit had outlived urgency. It lived now as calibration, small corrections that keep a system true. In the sheriff's basement, calibration was literal. The quarterly kit came out of its foam cradle, thermometer, torque driver for evidence fridge hinges, a roll of test tape that shows tamper if it even thinks about peeling. The detective logged temperatures, compared them to the calibration slips pinned behind each month, and wrote the kind of sentence that never trends and always matters. Variance with intolerance, seals intact, labels legible. At shelf B12, he rebagged a photo index whose corner had furred from handling and taped the original beneath the new sleeve with the tenderness people reserve for things that must survive strangers. Paperwork, like instruments, drifts. The trick is to tune it before the song goes flat. Upstairs, training traded the projector for a whiteboard and a ritual. The instructor drew the foyer: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats fixed like punctuation. Then she added a second drawing labeled after, the same room altered by human presence. Door half open, laundry basket moved, a consent form on the console. "This gap is where you prove or apologize," she said. "Calibrate by writing both rooms." A deputy asked how to put instinct on paper without contaminating the scene. "Timestamp it and stop," she answered. "At 08:11 I believe something was wrong. That belief is not evidence until the next page earns it." Dispatch tuned its ear in a drill called just enough. 2 calls 5 minutes apart reported ordinary gone sideways, a porch light hanging past dawn, a daycare check-in unanswered. Call takers asked exactly what the manual requires: last contact, vehicles, children, medications, routes, and resisted the urge to help the story along. They typed in full sentences with quote marks where voices belong. The supervisor walked the row with a pencil that had outlived 3 shifts. "Commas are rails," he said. "Put them down so officers don't fall." The hospital brought calibration to the bedside. A nurse measured bruises with a ruler, sketched their edges, and wrote quotes verbatim. "He squeezed here. I saw stars." 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without coaching, 2 sets of numbers tracing one truth. The advocate arrived like whether you can count on and offered verbs in small, carryable portions: call, stay, leave, plan. The detective entered on soft soles, opened a notebook to before, after, and let paper do the part adrenaline always tries to steal. Records tuned its response to the season's light wind of requests. Cora packets left with certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so footage could not outrun sequence. When a producer pressed for a clip the statute and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence that had become both policy and spine. "We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests." She added a line most readers skip and families need: notice provided prior to release. Calibration is sometimes just time, offered kindly. The district attorney spent an evening in a multi-purpose room that smelled like floor wax and pencil shavings, teaching paper in tune. He handed out 3 sheets: the amber explainer with the same boxes empty as the first day, a warrant template whose blanks punish vagueness, and a time-sync worksheet that marries doorbell stamps to cell sector corridors. A teenager asked why he never says why. "Because why is a story," he said, "and we file sentences." He pointed to the blanks. "Fill these correctly and why can't push you around." In the lab, calibration is culture. A junior analyst felt the tug toward a verb with teeth and chose consistent with instead. Confirmatories ran, controls held. Her bench partner initialed the margin, not out of distrust, but out of respect for the possibility of forgetting. At the next station, a senior laid a finger on the chain of custody line and said the sentence she always says when the room grows chatty: "We are not here to perform truth. We are here to preserve it in a key anyone can sing." 2 counties over, a smaller agency borrowed the Echo protocol and tuned it to their roads. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm that carries down hallways. The shadow unit followed 5 minutes later with an atomic clock and a laminated checklist. Consent was requested, granted, and written down in block letters that will still be legible when the pen's owner works somewhere else. A judge read both affidavits and saw harmony where chaos prefers to live. Victim services practice calibration as presence. The phone that rings between 6:00 and 7:00 a.m. belongs to the office, not a person. Whoever answers uses the same words because stability is a kind of medicine. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, they say, I will. They space the day with humane intervals, open the blinds, make coffee, breathe for 2 minutes, call if you want to. No one calls this therapy. It is reliably help. Doc kept its own metronome, counts, passes, doors, lights. Protective housing remained ink on a line. Routine did the quiet work of turning spectacle into schedule. Outside, the argument about monotony and mercy flared and faded with the week. Inside, clocks did what clocks do. At the high school, a counselor handed a new colleague the steady binder, 3 check-ins across a day, a list of adults printed discreetly on IDs, language that lets a detective sit in a plastic chair without turning the room into an incident. You don't prevent storms, he said. You build gutters. In a church hall, someone asked the sheriff the question that always arrives late, hat in hand. How do we help without making it worse? She answered like a person who has lifted too many boxes of paper to pretend. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Staple context to content. And when in doubt, pick up the phone before you pick up a microphone. Evening found the cul-de-sac at its right volume. Grills, homework, a bicycle circling a chalk island no one wanted to step on. A patrol car idled a street away from a house where the porch light lingered on schedule. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line aloud because saying it turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. He wrote 1906, observed 1907, requested 1908, consent granted, and left space to record 1912, consent withdrawn. Warrant sought if the page asked for it. Calibration isn't caution, it's readiness. Back in the basement, the detective returned the binder to its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook. He logged the audit and added a note that will bore anyone who hasn't testified. Fridge calibration verified. Seal lot numbers reconciled. Handwriting legible across copies. The room hummed like a promise kept without applause. What remains after the headlines are habits tuned to each other. Porch lights on timers. Notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science that prefers verification to theater, packets that teach while they disclose, phone calls returned when silence wants the job. The case had taught a town not to chase meaning, but to keep time. And when ordinary faltered, as it always will, the small, calibrated acts were in place, ready to carry the measured truth farther than any loud story could run. November laid a thin clarity over the town, air sharp as paper, sounds carrying a little farther before they gave up. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights kept their early promise. A soft, bright ledger line the block wrote every evening. We are here, we are watching, we are keeping. In the sheriff's basement, safekeeping was policy with pulse. The retention schedule, dry as statute, decisive as winter, said what stayed sealed for the life of the offender and what could return to families without reopening rooms. A detective pulled the file and worked the slow choreography the public never sees. Confirm the court's orders. Cross-check the inventory against the property ledger. Note which items can be released, which must remain. Prepare a small table with a cloth on it because dignity travels better when it's invited to sit. When a family member arrived, an advocate stood shoulder to shoulder with the detective while each object found its new ledger line, returned by whom, to whom, at what hour. Paperwork turned into ritual without admitting it was ritual. Upstairs, training folded, safekeeping into first steps. The instructor drew 2 columns on the board, protect and prove, and wrote examples under each until the list started to rhyme. Redactions and timelines, consent forms and chain of custody, privacy warnings and public copies stamped in blue. These goals are not rivals, she said. They are twins. She put the tidy foyer back on the screen, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and tapped the corners. You aren't just recording evidence. You're building a room a future jury can walk through without harming the people who still live here. Dispatch ran a drill called Keep Release, the discipline of deciding which details belong in the first radio and which only in the report. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. A sister called with a calendar square that should not have been empty. Call takers built the frame, last contact, vehicles, children, medications, routes, and set to one side the facts that don't help an officer knock but do help a judge read. The supervisor moved chair to chair with a pencil like a metronome. If the air doesn't need it, he said, save it for the affidavit. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol handled people as if they were evidence of themselves, measured, sketched, quoted, safeguarded. A nurse drew the edges of bruises and wrote the patient's words in quotes. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse traced the same shapes without suggestion. The advocate offered verbs like blankets, call, stay, leave, plan, letting the patient choose 2 tonight and 1 tomorrow. The detective arrived with quiet shoes and a notebook labeled before, after, and the chart, clean, precise, kind. Let the conversation be short enough to feel survivable. In records, safekeeping meant context first. Cora packets left the counter with certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips could not pretend to be narrative. When a producer asked for what statute and decency kept sealed, the clerk used the sentence that now felt less like a refusal than a principle. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. She added a line most people skip and families frame. Advance notice provided to next of kin. Guardrails written in polite fonts. The district attorney taught an evening session titled Custody of Paper in a gym that smelled like floor wax and new sneakers. He passed out 3 sheets, the amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first day, a warrant template that punishes vagueness, a time-sync worksheet marrying doorbell stamps to cell sector corridors. A student asked if truth ever needs drama to survive. Drama needs truth, he said. Truth needs legibility. In the lab, safekeeping was a posture. A junior analyst felt a verb with teeth press against her throat and chose consistent with instead. She ran confirmatories, checked controls, initialed margins. Her bench partner repeated the run out of respect for the idea that anyone can have a day. At the next station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line as if it were a pulse. We are not here to perform truth, she said, half mantra, half warning. We are here to preserve it so strangers can carry it without dropping a single ounce. 2 counties over, a smaller department adopted the echo protocol into their winter kit. The lead car knocked the 2-beat rhythm that carries down hallways. The shadow unit arrived 5 minutes later with the atomic clock's small blue certainty and a laminated checklist someone had wiped dry with a sleeve. Consent requested, granted, documented. The House spoke in absence. The report wrote absence as calmly as presence. That night, a judge read both affidavits and saw a record capable of withstanding a stranger's questions. Victim Services translated safekeeping into the only currency that spends at 6:14 a.m. presence. The phone vibrated, and the advocate answered with the office's pledge made simple. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, I will. They built a morning out of ordinary acts spaced kindly. Open the blinds, make coffee, line up the shoes, sit, call back if silence feels heavy. Some days that was the whole service. Some days it was the difference between floating and drowning. Doc kept its arithmetic, the metronome of counts, doors, passes, trays, uninterested in argument or anniversary. Protective housing remained ink on a line. Monotony turned spectacle into schedule. Outside, debates about mercy and monotony rose and fell with news cycles. Inside, clocks did what clocks do, kept. At the high school, a counselor handed a new colleague the steady binder, 3 check-ins that looked like errands, adults listed quietly on ID backs, language to let a detective sit without turning an office into an incident. You're not saving anyone, he said. You're making it easier to be saved. A church hall hosted a forum where someone asked the late question, the one that tries to carry too much. Why? The sheriff, in a jacket too thin for the temperature and a voice trained for rooms that echo, didn't touch it. We don't file why, she said. We file who, what, when, where, how. We keep people safer by keeping those 5 clean. On Saratoga Trail, a moving truck backed into the curve and neighbors rehearsed their ant choreography. Boxes, tape, instructions about the trash truck's forgiven overages. A newcomer asked, not unkindly, about the porch lights that came on early and went off late. A long timer, passing a marker across a box labeled kitchen, said the sentence the street uses when it refuses to sensationalize itself. It's how we keep time. Then, because safekeeping is also welcome, added, Friday pickups loud, don't let it scare you. Evening settled like an affidavit, dates, times, signatures. A patrol car idled a block away from a house where a porch light held steady. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line aloud because speaking turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big, 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. He wrote 1857, observed 1858, requested 1859, consent granted 1906, consent withdrawn. Warrant sought, leaving space for the next hand the next hour. Safekeeping is not caution. It is readiness wearing manners. Back in the basement, the detective eased the binder onto its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook. He typed the memo that no one will quote and everyone will rely on. Retention verified. Releases documented. Notice provided. Seals intact. Logs legible. The room hummed like a promise kept without applause. This is what safekeeping looks like when the cameras are gone. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants particularized, science stubbornly in nouns, packets that teach while they disclose, phone calls returned before the coffee cools. The case had given the town a discipline, protect and prove both at once every time. And when ordinary faltered, those habits held the perimeter, not by raising their voices, but by keeping the truth intact long enough for it to be carried carefully the rest of the way. The clocks jumped back and the town felt the stagger. Dawn arriving too early, porch lights lingering as if unwilling to trust the sky. On Saratoga Trail, the timers didn't argue about philosophy. They did what they'd been taught. On Before Dusk, off after morning, a metronome for a place that keeps time on purpose. Down in the sheriff's basement, doctrine lived in binders, batteries, and habits that no one remembers deciding. The DSD weekend triggered a quiet ritual. Verify that every time-stamped thing understood the hour slip. A detective with a pencil behind his ear ran the fallback check. Bodycam firmware set to UTC. RMS entries showing local with offset. The time-sync kit's atomic clock blinking an unbothered truth. He opened the old file and flipped to the pages that had taught the office how to treat time like evidence. The paragraph was still there, modest and muscular. Observed, requested, declined, obtained. The 4 small verbs that carry a Fourth Amendment across a threshold without panting. He wrote them again on a fresh sticky and pressed it to the inside cover, an amendment to the amendment. DSD verified. Upstairs, doctrine had a whiteboard. The instructor drew the familiar foyer: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and then wrote before and after in block letters heavy enough to be seen from the last row. We don't just make cases, she said. We make records that behave under pressure, time pressure, media pressure, courtroom pressure. Doctrine is what you do when you're tired and the clock is lying. A deputy asked how to write a gut feeling when the hour changed and nothing else had. Give it a time and a pronoun, the instructor said. At 0712, I believed, then stop. Let the affidavit earn the next verb. Dispatch drilled DSD doubles, the minute that appears twice in the log and confuses rookies forever. 2 calls landed in the overlap. A neighbor worried about a porch light past dawn. A cousin scrolling a thread that went quiet. Call takers wrote in full sentences, stamped with both times and the UTC offset because wind and memory shift. Math doesn't. The supervisor walked with a pencil like a conductor's baton. When the day gives you 2128, he said, make sure the right one goes to court. The hospital ran the strangulation protocol as if clocks were a rumor. A nurse measured bruises, sketched their contour, wrote quotes verbatim. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, real minutes, checked against a wall clock and a wristwatch. A second nurse repeated the work without coaching. Redundancy made its own weather system inside the chart. The advocate arrived with verbs folded small: call, stay, leave, plan, and placed them on the table like choices instead of tests. The detective who stepped in wore soft soles and a notebook labeled before, after / offset. Records held their own doctrine like a posture. Cora packets left with certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips could not pretend to be context. For the overlap hour, the clerk added a line most won't notice and defense will love. All timestamps reflect MSD, UTC offsets included. When a producer pressed for footage the statute and decency keep sealed, she read the sentence that now qualifies as a spine. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. Then she printed the transcript, initialed the redaction index, and went home knowing that boring is a virtue. The district attorney stood at a library podium in a room that smelled like floor wax and careful questions, and taught a class called Doctrine, paper that survives you. He handed out 3 sheets, the amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first day, a warrant template whose blanks punish laziness, and a time sync worksheet that marries doorbell stamps to cell sector corridors while DSD tries to play tricks. A student asked whether motive ever matters. The DA tapped the templates. Motive is a story, he said. Doctrine files sentences. In the lab, doctrine sounded like machines breathing evenly and sentences staying in nouns. A junior analyst felt the tug of a harder verb and chose consistent with instead. She ran confirmatories, checked controls, wrote the offset in the margin because digits are mercy in court. Her bench partner reran the series without complaint. At the next station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line and offered the lab's catechism for the 1000th time. We are not here to perform truth. We are here to preserve it so strangers, with no stake except accuracy, can carry it intact. 2 counties over, a smaller agency adopted the echo protocol into a night where the hour folded. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm that carries down hallways. The shadow car arrived 5 minutes later per UTC, not the dashboard clock. Consent was requested, granted, written in block letters that will still be legible when the pen's owner works somewhere else. When a judge read both affidavits the next morning, the overlap minute looked like integrity, not confusion. Victim Services has doctrine you can't codify because it is made of people who sleep badly on purpose. The phone vibrated at 6:14, the thin courage hour that didn't move with the clocks, and the advocate answered with the office's only unconditional promise. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, she said, I will. They built a morning out of measurable acts: open blinds, drink water, text me when you've had toast, anchored to a real time, not a feeling. Doc kept its arithmetic. The doors did what doors do. Protective housing stayed ink on a line. Routine converted spectacle into schedule without asking permission. Outside, arguments about monotony and mercy changed back with the clocks. Inside, the volume never did. At the high school, the counselor added a page to the steady binder for the time shift. 3 check-ins that don't move with bells: mid-morning, lunch, last period. So students who measure safety in humans, not minutes, don't get lost. A detective reviewed the policy and wrote offset acknowledged in the margin because doctrine lives or dies in phrases this small. It ran a generator day no one sees. Backups mounted, hashes verified, off-site copies checked against manifests that will never trend. The technician left a ticket note that reads like a haiku to the people who rely on it. Snapshots complete, off-site sync green, UTC/restore tested. Pass. In a church hall that keeps folding chairs the way some places keep candles, the sheriff answered the late question that never stops arriving. What should we do if we think something is wrong? She spoke the town's doctrine without decoration. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Staple context to content. Call before you post. And when the clock plays games, write the offset. Dusk found the cul-de-sac at its correct volume, homework, noodles, a bicycle orbiting a chalk planet. A patrol car idled a block away. Inside, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line aloud because speaking turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big, two-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. He wrote 18, 59 MST, 01, 59Z. Beside observed 19, 00 MST, 02, 00Z. Beside requested 19, 01 MST, 02, 01Z. Beside consent granted, leaving space for 19, 07 MST, 02, 07Z. Should consent end and a warrant begin. The page looked like music written for an instrument that never lies. Back in the basement, the detective eased the binder onto its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook and typed the memo nobody clips to a bulletin board and everybody needs. DSD audit complete. UTC offsets documented across systems. Seals intact. Logs legible. The room hummed like a promise kept without applause. Doctrine is what remains when memory fades and fashion changes. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries and tricks of the clock, warrants written in particular nouns, science that prefers verification to theater, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned when silence volunteers to be news. It doesn't explain why. It provides who, what, when, where, how in a key any honest room can sing. And when ordinary falters, as it always will, the doctrine holds not by volume but by craft, carrying the measured truth farther than any loud story can run, even on nights when the hour occurs twice. December put edges on everything, rooftops penciled in frost, breaths marked like signatures. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights kept their early vow, a quiet ledger the block wrote against the dark. We are watching, we keep what we learn. In the sheriff's building, stewardship was work you could hold. A detective signed the ledger, took the binder like a tool, and walked it to a small room where a clock ticked loud enough to remind people that time is a collaborator or a thief, depending on how you treat it. He ran the winter stewardship pass, not glamour, durability. Seals checked, chain of custody continuous, refrigerator logs reconciled to calibration slips. An evidence photo index with a dog-eared corner was rebagged. The original sleeve taped beneath the new, a breadcrumb for a future cross-examiner. He wrote a sentence that will never trend and always matter, stability verified, margins legible. Upstairs, the instructor erased a whiteboard and drew the foyer everyone knows: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, then wrote keep on one side and use on the other. Stewardship is both, she said. Keep the record intact. Use it to keep people safe. She added a second drawing labeled after, the same room with a consent form on the console and a laundry basket nudged by a boot. Write both rooms, she told them. Either the gap becomes evidence or it becomes apology. A deputy asked how to write instinct without contaminating the page. Timestamp it and own it, she said. At 09:14, I believed, then stop. Let the affidavit earn the verbs. Dispatch trained the handoff nobody notices when it's done right. 2 calls landed within 5 minutes. A porch light stubborn past dawn. A coworker staring at an empty chair. The first call taker built a frame, last contact, vehicles, children, medications, known routes, and read out a case number like a lighthouse. The second kept the wave from breaking. Same structure, no redundancy, quotes where a voice belonged. The supervisor floated behind them with a pencil and a rule that had become doctrine. Commas are rails, right where someone can walk. At the hospital, stewardship wore scrubs and carried 2 pens. A nurse measured bruises with a ruler, sketched them with a hand that understood courtrooms, and wrote quotes verbatim. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, another nurse repeated the measurements without suggestion. 2 notes, 1 truth. The advocate arrived and laid out verbs as if setting a table. Call, stay, leave, plan choices, not tests. The detective entered on soft soles, opened to a page labeled before after, and let paper slow the room to a pace survivable in memory. Records performed their ritual with head-down grace. Cora packets left with certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips could not pretend to be narrative. For seasonal documentaries hungry for rawness the law and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence that had matured into principle. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. She added the line families remember. Advance notice provided to next of kin. Stewardship is sometimes a phone call before a packet. The district attorney ran an evening seminar beneath a scoreboard that still smelled of varnish and ambition. Stewardship, paper that survives you. He handed out 3 sheets, the amber explainer with the boxes that had remained empty since the first day, a warrant template whose blanks punish vagueness, a time sync worksheet that welds doorbell stamps to cell sector corridors. A student asked if motive belonged anywhere. In print, rarely, he said. Stewardship files who, what, when, where, how. Motive is a story, we write sentences. In the lab, the air stayed honest. A junior analyst felt a loud verb knock and chose consistent with. Confirmatories ran, controls held. A bench partner initialed the margin with the boredom you want from a truth teller. At the next station, a senior set a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. We are not here to perform truth, she said, for the 1000th time in the first. We are here to preserve it so strangers can carry it intact. Policy work kept pace with winter. The sheriff signed off on a camera registry grant, voluntary and opt-in, with a time-sync checkout kit in every patrol car, atomic clock, laminated instructions, a clipboard that forces the question, what time does your app think it is? The registry was not surveillance. It was a map people had asked for so patrol could knock on fewer doors to find the one that mattered. The ordinance read like a courtesy note. 2 counties over, a smaller agency ran the echo protocol through snow that stitched the shoulders of the highway white. The lead car knocked the 2-beat rhythm that carries down hallways. The shadow unit arrived 5 minutes later with blue-lit certainty and a checklist that still smelled like printer. Consent requested, granted, documented. The House spoke in absence. The report wrote absence as if it were a fact because it is, when you write it early enough. Victim Services practiced the impossible craft of keeping company. At 6:13 a.m., the hour when courage is thin and coffee is theory, a phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the office's only unconditional sentence. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, she said, I will. They built a morning out of unremarkable acts. Open the blinds, make toast, breathe for 2 minutes, call back if silence grows heavy. Stewardship for them was time offered in a way that doesn't bruise. Doc kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, lights, trays, an ecosystem that turned spectacle into schedule by design. Protective housing remained ink on a line. Monotony did the heavy lifting of consequence. Outside, people argued about mercy with their coats still on. Inside, the volume never changed. At the high school, a counselor handed a new colleague the steady binder and a sentence to keep with it. You don't stop storms, you build gutters. 3 check-ins across a day. A list of adults printed quietly on ID backs, language that lets a detective sit without turning an office into an incident. The detective who reviewed the policy wrote stewardship acknowledged in the margin and underlined it once. In a church hall that keeps folding chairs like some places keep candles, the sheriff answered the question that always arrives late and earnest. How do we help without making more hurt? She spoke the town's doctrine as logistics. Notice sooner. Write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Staple context to content, call before you post, and when you don't know, call us anyway. Evening pressed its blue against window glass. A patrol car idled at the corner of a street where a porch light held steady on purpose. Inside, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line aloud because speaking it turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level. Consent requested and recorded. He wrote 1851, observed, 1852, requested, 1853, consent granted, leaving space for whatever the next hand might need to add. Stewardship is not caution, it is readiness with manners. Back in the basement, the detective eased the binder onto its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook and typed the memo nobody frames and everybody needs. Winter stewardship complete, seal integrity verified, chain of custody continuous, calibration slips reconciled, notice logs current. The room hummed the sound documents make when they know how to behave under pressure. This is how the case lives now, not in retellings but in keeping. Porch lights on timers. Notebooks that outwork batteries and holidays. Warrants written in particular nouns. Science that prefers verification to theater. Packets that teach while they disclose. Calls returned before the coffee cools. A street that refuses to sensationalize itself and instead keeps time. The file will never answer why. It will keep excelling at who, what, when, where, how the grammar courts can sentence and communities can stand on. And when ordinary falters, and it will, the town's stewardship holds the line not by raising its voice, but by keeping the truth intact long enough to carry it the rest of the way. January pressed the breath out of mornings, air thin as paper, sidewalks glazed to the color of intent. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights kept their appointment with the dark, a soft rehearsal that said more than signs ever could. The neighborhood knows its lines. Across town, the courthouse calendar wore its winter temperament. Motions, status checks, continuances. The word meant delay to the uninitiated. To people who live by paper, it meant conservation, time granted to keep a record accurate. In the district attorney's office, a young lawyer revised a stipulation without adjectives, stapled exhibits in the order a judge would ask for them, and wrote a cover sheet that taught as it guided: elements, evidence, authority. Down the hall, the research attorney ran a fingertip beneath the sentence that mattered most and circled a date, because ink is how the future learns where to stand. In the sheriff's building, a detective opened the binder that the town no longer treats like an artifact and still handles like a tool. He read the hinge paragraph: observed, requested, declined, obtained, and copied the verbs onto the inside cover for the 1,000th time, not because he couldn't remember them, but because repetition is a kind of oath. He turned to the property ledger and drew a clean line through a chain of custody entry, extending it to meet a new signature, a new hour. Continuance here meant unbroken. Training spared no sentiment. The instructor drew the familiar foyer: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and then wrote 2 headings over the whiteboard: then and now. Under then, she listed what patrol found before anyone moved a shoe. Under now, she wrote what detectives saw after consent and photographs and gloves. Continuance is the bridge between these columns, she said. If you fail to mark the crossings, you haven't preserved a scene. You've edited one. A deputy asked where instinct belongs. In the margin with a time, the instructor said. At 09:18 I believe, then stop. Let the affidavit earn the next verb. Dispatch drilled a morning built from incomplete sentences. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 4 minutes later, a coworker called to ask whether a desk should be empty. Call takers typed in full phrases with quotation marks around voices and commas where officers could land. Last contact, vehicles, children, medications, known routes. The supervisor, pencil behind her ear and a rule that had outlived 3 software updates, walked the row. Continuance is a relay, she said. Right so the next runner doesn't trip. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol held its line. A nurse measured bruises with a ruler, sketched their contour, and wrote the patient's words verbatim. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse traced the same map without prompting, proof against the erosion of memory. The advocate arrived with verbs folded small and offered 2 for the night. 1 for morning. Call, stay, plan. Leave held gently until the patient wanted the word. The detective entered on soft soles, opened a notebook to a page labeled before after, and let the chart make the first argument. Records practiced their winter craft with the serenity of a metronome. Cora packets left the counter carrying certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips could not pretend to be context. For a seasonal special hungry for rawness, the statute and decency kept sealed. The clerk read the sentence their office had earned the right to speak without apology. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. She added the line families now looked for before opening anything. Advance notice provided to next of kin. Continuance translated into courtesy. The lab stayed tuned to nouns and controls. A junior analyst felt a verb with teeth and chose consistent with. Confirmatories ran. Hashes matched. Her bench partner initialed the margin because verification is not distrust, it's architecture. At the far station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. Continuance means a stranger could testify from this paper, she said. Write for the person you'll never meet. 2 counties over, Winter leaned hard on a 2-lane. A smaller agency ran the echo protocol into the wind. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm that threads hallways without frightening them. 5 minutes later, the shadow car arrived with an atomic clock blinking certainty and a laminated checklist that had been wiped dry with a sleeve. Consent was requested, granted, documented in block letters that will still behave when the pen's owner moves on. That night, a judge read both affidavits and saw a record capable of surviving questions from people not yet sworn. Victim Services did the only thing it knows how to do at 6:11 a.m., the hour when courage is thin and coffee is theory. The phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the sentence that had outlasted every desk turnover. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, I will. They built a morning out of procedural kindness. Open blinds, make toast, breathe for 2 minutes, text me when the shoes are on. Continuance in that office meant staying on the line long enough for the day to attach. Doc kept its arithmetic counts, doors, passes, trays, unimpressed by weather or debate. Protective housing remained ink on a line. Schedule translated spectacle into quiet. Outside, opinion pieces returned to their arguments about monotony and mercy. Inside, keys turned with a discipline that has nothing to sell. At the high school, the counselor passed the steady binder to a new colleague with a sentence that behaved like policy. We don't stop storms, he said. We space the day. 3 check-ins that look like errands. A list of adults printed quietly on ID backs. Language that lets a detective sit without turning the office into an incident. The detective who reviewed the page wrote continuance recognized in the margin and underlined it once. In a church hall that stores folding chairs like some places store candles, the sheriff answered the question that always comes late and honest. How do we help without making it worse? Notice sooner, she said. Write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Staple context to content, call before you post, and keep your promises on boring days. That's continuance. Evening found the cul-de-sac at an appropriate volume, homework, soup, a bicycle orbiting a chalk planet. A patrol car idled 1 street over from a porch light that held steady on purpose. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line aloud because speaking turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big, 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. He wrote 1903, observed 1904, requested 1905, consent granted, and left the next line blank for the future to fill. 1912, consent withdrawn. Warrant sought if the scene asked for it. Continuance is not delay, it is readiness extended. Back in the basement, the detective eased the binder onto its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook and typed the memo nobody frames and everybody needs. Winter continuance complete. Chain of custody unbroken. Release logs current. Calibration slips reconciled. Margins legible. The room hummed the quiet music of paper behaving. This is how the case lives now. As a discipline that refuses to rust, porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science that insists on verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. It will never answer why. It will continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how the grammar courts can sentence and communities can stand on. And when ordinary falters, as it will, the town's continuance will carry the measured truth forward, step by step, hand to hand, without raising its voice. February paired the daylight to something lean and serviceable. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights kept their vow bright before dusk, stubborn past dawn. A neighborhood affidavit written nightly in wattage. We saw, we cared. We will again tomorrow. Across town, swearing to truth took on its winter shapes. In a cramped room off the courthouse corridor, a detective stood before a notary with a packet that didn't perform. No adjectives, just bones. The jurat waited at the bottom, blank lines hungry for a name, a county, a date. The affidavit began the way good ones do, in verbs that carry weight without noise. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He signed with the same pressure he used to seal evidence bags, enough to endure handling, not enough to bleed. The paper didn't glow for having been sworn. It settled. Back at the sheriff's building, the binder that has outlasted headlines remained what it has always been: a tool. A new detective, still wearing patrol's posture, read the hinge paragraph and copied the 4 verbs onto a sticky note because he'd forget them, but because writing them again is how people like him shake hands with duty. He turned to the property ledger and drew clean lines connecting one signature to the next, the way bridges connect shores. Deliberate, legible, unbroken. Training reframed the familiar foyer: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, as a statement taken from a room. The instructor wrote under oath above the whiteboard. If your report can't be stapled to an affidavit without apology, she said, you wrote a story, not a record. She drew 2 columns, before and after, and placed between them a thin corridor labeled movement. Every object that changes sides needs a timestamp, a reason, a pair of initials. Otherwise, defense will draft your affidavit for you in cross. A deputy asked what to do with instinct. Affidavits don't ban instinct, the instructor said. They corral it with time. At 09:18 I believed, then stop. Let the next page earn the verb. Dispatch drilled a script called a test, how to turn a citizen's feeling into a statement the field can stand on. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 4 minutes later, a coworker called to ask whether an empty chair meant something. Call takers typed full sentences with quote marks framing voices, commas placed like rails. Last contact, vehicles, children, medications, known routes. The supervisor paced with a pencil that outlived software patches. Write like you'll swear to it, she said, because you might. In the hospital, the strangulation protocol became a kind of affidavit written on a body's behalf. A nurse measured bruises with a ruler and drew their contour with a hand that understood courtrooms. She wrote the patient's words in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without coaching, 2 attestations to 1 truth. The advocate arrived and laid verbs on the table like cutlery: call, stay, leave, plan. The detective entered on soft soles, opened a notebook labeled before/after, and took a statement with fewer prompts than silence. Affidavits don't need speeches. They need care. Records said yes without harm, the way they'd learned to. Cora packets left with certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't pretend to be context. When a producer asked for what statute and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence that had become both shield and invitation. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. She added a line the public rarely notices and families circle in felt tip. Advance notice provided to next of kin. An affidavit is not only a signature, it's a habit of telling the public enough and the world no more. The district attorney taught a night class beneath a scoreboard that smelled like floor wax and ambition, affidavits that survive cross. He handed out 3 sheets, the amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first day, a warrant template that punishes vagueness, a time-sync worksheet that welds doorbell stamps to cell sector corridors. A student asked whether motive belongs in a sworn statement. Motive is a story, he said. Affidavits are sentences. Put evidence where elements live. In the lab, swearing looked like initials and hashes. A junior analyst felt a louder verb nudge and chose consistent with. Confirmatories ran, controls behaved. Her bench partner initialed the margin because verification is not suspicion, it's kindness to your future self under oath. At the end station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line as on a pulse. "An affidavit is just this page with a promise," she said. "Write it so a stranger can keep the promise for you." 2 counties over, a smaller agency ran the echo protocol in wind that made doors think twice. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm that threads hallways without scaring them. 5 minutes behind, the shadow car arrived with an atomic clock's blue certainty and a laminated checklist wiped dry on a sleeve. Consent requested, granted, documented in block letters. When a judge read both affidavits that night, the echo read as corroboration, not chorus. Victim services practiced the only oath they take at 6:12 a.m., the hour made of thin courage. The phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the office's single unconditional sentence. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she said, "I will." They built a morning out of gentle attestation, open blinds, pour coffee, text me when your shoes are on. It didn't go in a file. It kept a person standing long enough to sign their own name later. Doc kept time the way Doc keeps everything, by count, by key, by tray. Protective housing remained ink on a line. Schedule translated spectacle into routine in a language without adjectives. Outside, arguments about monotony and mercy warmed the air for a day and cooled. Inside, doors did what doors do. At the high school, the counselor slid the steady binder to a new colleague with a sentence that worked like a vow. "We space the day so kids can testify to themselves later," he said. 3 check-ins that resemble errands. Adults printed unobtrusively on ID backs. Language that lets a detective sit without turning the office into an incident. The detective who reviewed the policy wrote "attestation supported" in the margin and underlined it. In a church hall where metal chairs remember every winter, the sheriff took the late question that never stays satisfied. "How do we help without making it worse?" She answered like a person who has lifted boxes of paper through too many doors. "Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Staple context to content, call before you post. And when you sign your name, make sure your sentence could stand up without you." Evening brought the cul-de-sac to its right volume. Homework, noodle steam, a bicycle circling a pale chalk planet. A patrol car idled a street away from a porch light that held steady on purpose. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line aloud because speaking turns guidance into practice. "Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level. Consent requested and recorded." He wrote 1901, "I observed 1902, I requested 1903, consent granted," leaving the next line for the page to earn. The handwriting was neat, not pretty. Under oath prefers legible. Back in the courthouse annex, the notary flipped the stamp again and pressed it onto paper with a thud that felt like a door closing firmly. The detective took the affidavit and filed it where records go to wait their turn. No music, no speech. Only a stack of true sentences ready to be believed by people who weren't there. That is what the case has given the town. A reflex to speak plainly and swear carefully, porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, phone calls returned before coffee cools. The file will never say why. It will go on excelling at who, what, when, where, how the grammar courts can sentence and communities can stand on. And when ordinary falters, as it always will, the affidavit, the oath bound to a sentence, will carry the measured truth farther than any loud story can run. March brightened the edges of mornings and put shine back on windshields. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights held their early shift like clerks who know a store opens before customers arrive. The habit read like a quiet affidavit: "We're awake, we're watching, we'll still be here at dusk." Downstairs in the sheriff's building, a new detective stood in front of a whiteboard with 2 words at the top, "plain view," and a line drawn through the middle like a curb. The room smelled like dry erase and coffee. He pointed to one side of the line and wrote "lawful vantage," immediately apparent, no manipulation. On the other, not rummaging, no moving objects to create view, scope limits. The file, the one that had taught the county to prefer nouns to narratives, sat on the table as a teaching aid. It began, as it always does, with a welfare check and a room that spoke in absence: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats. "Plain view is not a blank check," he said, tapping the board. "It's a discipline. If you didn't have the right to be there, or if you had to move the curtain to see, it isn't plain." The hinge paragraph: observed, requested, declined, obtained, returned to the center of things. Consent gets you rooms, warrants get you drawers. Between them lives plain view, the narrow bridge that lets an observation survive court without being accused of curiosity. The detective opened the binder to the first day photos: a foyer taken from the threshold, kitchen from the doorway, garage from the sill. No drawers half open, no laundry basket nudged for light. The record showed a patrol officer who wrote down what the house offered without asking it to perform. Dispatch practiced the drill that feeds lawful vantage. A neighbor called about a porch light stubborn past dawn. A coworker called 5 minutes later about a missed appointment. Call takers asked the catalog that turns hunch into dispatchable fact: last contact, vehicles, children, medications, known routes. They typed incomplete sentences, quotation marks around voices, commas where officers could land. The supervisor walked the row with a pencil, reading over shoulders. "Get them to the threshold," she murmured, "and then let the house talk." At the hospital, the strangulation protocol turned bodies into sworn statements without fanfare. A nurse measured bruises with a ruler, sketched their contours, wrote quotes verbatim. "He pressed here. I saw stars." 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without suggestion, two views of the same fact. The advocate arrived with verbs that fit in a pocket: call, stay, leave, plan, and placed them on the table like options instead of demands. When a detective stepped in, soft soles, notebook open to before-after, the chart gave her plain sight of what mattered. No leading questions, no eagerness disguised as care. Affidavits are more convincing when silence gets its share. Upstairs, the training slide clicked from foyer to doctrine. The instructor drew a rectangle for a living room and shaded a narrow wedge near the doorway. "This is plain view," she said. "If it's outside this wedge, you need permission or paper." She wrote minimize in the margin, and under it 3 rules: photograph before moving, explain why you moved, stop when you meet a drawer. A deputy raised a hand. "What about a phone on a counter?" The answer was a sentence that had saved more cases than any sermon. "You can see a phone, you can't see its contents. Photograph placement, don't touch, get a warrant." Records built packets that taught plain view without saying the phrase. Core responses went out with certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't pretend to be context. When producers asked for the sound of worry in a voice, the clerk paired audio with a transcript and a paragraph that said what stayed muted and why. Child identifiers, autopsy images, portions inside private rooms unrelated to elements. "We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests," she wrote at the close. The office's refrain turned doctrine. The district attorney took a folding table under a basketball hoop and ran a clinic called Particularity and Restraint. He slid 3 handouts across the varnished surface, the amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first day, a warrant template whose blanks punish vagueness, a time-sync worksheet marrying doorbell stamps to cell sector corridors. "Plain view keeps you honest between consent and paper," he said. "If you have to move a curtain to see it, the judge will move you out of her courtroom." In the lab, the vocabulary never changed. A junior analyst felt the tug of a louder verb and chose consistent with. Confirmatories ran, controls held. Her bench partner initialed the margin because verification is mercy to your future self under oath. At the far station, a senior tapped the chain of custody line as if taking its pulse. "Our plain view is the page," she said. "Write it so a stranger can hold it without asking for your face." 2 counties over, a smaller department ran the echo protocol through a modular home's thin hallways. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm that carries without frightening. The shadow car arrived 5 minutes later with an atomic clock's blue certainty and a laminated checklist wiped dry on a sleeve. Consent granted, documented. Items in view photographed, not posed. A drawer left alone until paper arrived. That night, a judge read two affidavits that matched like overlaid transparencies. Same vantage, same restraint, same nouns. Victim services kept the promise that translates law into endurance. At 6:11 a.m., the hour when courage is thinnest, a phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the office's single unconditional sentence. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she said, "I will." They built a morning from small lawful sights. Open blinds, make coffee, line up the shoes, breathe. Plain view for the spirit. Notice what is, not what could be. That was enough to get through to noon. Dock continued its arithmetic counts, doors, passes, trays, routine the only view that mattered. Protective housing stayed a line in a file. The schedule translated spectacle into quiet as designed. Outside, arguments about monotony and mercy rose and faded with the week. Inside, keys turned in locks that don't read opinion pieces. At the high school, a counselor added a page to the steady binder. When to call, what to say, how to let a detective sit in a plastic chair without turning an office into an incident. The heading read Threshold. "We write what we can see from the door," he told a new colleague. "We don't open drawers. We don't open rumors." One evening, a community forum in a church hall took the late question: how do we help without making it worse? The sheriff, jacket on a chair back, sleeves rolled, wrote a list without drama. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers. Staple context to content, call before you post. She capped the marker. Plain view isn't just law, it's manners. Dusk tilted blue over the cul-de-sac. A patrol car idled one street away from a porch where a light held steady by design. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and read the first line aloud, because saying it makes it practice. Start small, document big. Two-knock rhythm, voice level. Consent requested and recorded. He wrote 1859, observed FOIA from threshold, 1900, requested 1901, consent granted, and beneath it, a narrow note bracketed like a guardrail. Plain view only until warrant. No drawers open. Items photographed in place. The handwriting was neat the way safe is neat. Back in the basement, the detective returned the binder to its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool settling home. He typed the memo nobody frames and everybody needs. Plainview guidance reiterated. Photo logs confirm vantage. No manipulations recorded. Chain of custody continuous. Margins legible. The room hummed like a promise the town had learned to keep without applause. This is how the case lives now. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science stubbornly loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, phone calls returned before the coffee cools. Plain view in practice and in spirit has become the town's posture. See what is lawfully in front of you, write it carefully, move only when you have the authority to move. And when ordinary falters, as it will, that posture carries the measured truth farther than any loud story can run, across thresholds, under oaths, in rooms where restraint is the most persuasive thing in sight. March thin to a clean line of wind and light. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights still rose before dusk and lingered past dawn, an ordinary oath the block renewed without speeches. It looked like habit, it functioned like policy. Across town, a courtroom sat with its winter hush and a single word on the docket that can make months of work disappear: suppression. The case that taught the county to write in nouns had closed long ago, but its afterlife lived here, in drills where paper is asked to behave under stress. A judge took the bench. A gallery of rookies filled the last two rows, notebooks ready, pens uncapped. The prosecutor began with a timeline and no adjectives. The motions on the table were familiar to anyone who's lived by procedure. Miranda and voluntariness for statements. Fourth Amendment for entry and scope. A Frank's challenge to the warrant affidavit. Did the paper include a material falsehood, or omit a truth so heavy that probable cause would have collapsed if admitted? The deputy district attorney spoke like a person who trusts the record. We will show lawful vantage, consent clearly bounded, and a warrant particularized to the place and things described. We will also show that the path to what was found did not require a story. Defense counsel stood with a file that had been handled enough to make its edges honest. "The state's paper is tidy," she said, "but tidy is not the standard. The standard is constitutional." She pointed to a paragraph in the affidavit and asked the question Franks demands. "If the omitted sentence is inserted, does probable cause remain?" The judge nodded without blinking. Rookies in the back row wrote the word material as if it could anchor them. The detective who wrote the affidavit took the stand with a notebook that had survived weather and cross-exams. He read the hinge paragraph the county knows by heart. "I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained." He identified the photographs taken from thresholds, foyer, kitchen, garage, each image a proof of plain view, not performance. He described the time sync kit the unit now carries, atomic clock, laminated instructions, and how doorbell stamps were reconciled with carrier corridors. "We did not move drawers under consent," he said. "We ceased and sought paper. The warrant was written with verbs the judge could test." The judge leaned in for the Franks piece. "Detective, why didn't your affidavit include the neighbor's initial comment that they're probably out for breakfast?" The detective answered with the calm of someone who has taught his notes to stand on their own feet. "Because we included the neighbor's actions, doorbell footage time-stamped and attached, and the fact that no vehicles were gone, keys in dish, children's car seats fixed. The conjecture was neither a fact nor a foundation. We swore to what the house could prove." The judge looked down at the paper long enough to let the room hear the weight of that sentence. Miranda came next. A supervising sergeant testified to advisement read from a card, time-stamped in the report with breaks logged and a pivot noted when conversation turned custodial. "No promise, no threat," he said. "We have the card and the body-worn clip. The words match." Defense tried to pry at tone. The judge returned to the text. "Miranda is not a vibe," she said. "It's a warning and a waiver." "Am satisfied," Scope followed. The state's witness drew a box on a blown-up photo of the living room to show the wedge of plain view available from the doorframe, then traced the moment consent ended and the warrant took over. "We photographed before moving," he said. "We stopped at drawers. The warrant listed the spaces and the items. Nothing was open that ought not to be." Over in the back row, someone underlined a sentence in a notebook. "Photographed before moving. Explain why moved. Stop at drawers." When the lab took the stand, the vocabulary changed key but not posture. A junior analyst, second chairing like a second violin, testified to imaging procedures and hash verification that locks data in time. She used the phrase consistent with the way the lab had trained her to, and her bench partner described peer review in a tone that made the room trust boredom more than brilliance. "Our job is not to perform truth," the senior said, finger resting on the chain of custody line like a pulse. "Our job is to preserve it so strangers can carry it intact." Defense pressed inevitable discovery and independent source. The state met both with paper. The corridor drawn by carrier logs before any interview happened, the warrant drafted before any post-consent movement, the photo taken before any item was touched. Attenuation tried to make a cameo. The judge returned to timestamps. "The gaps are marked. The steps are numbered. The court finds the path untainted." By noon, the rulings read like a checklist learned the hard way. Miranda, satisfied, statements admissible. Franks, no intentional or reckless omission material to probable cause. Plain view, discipline, no manipulation. Consent, bounded and documented, scope not exceeded. Warrant, particularity sufficient, return timely. Motion denied, denied, denied. Granted in part only where a photo had been duplicated into a slide deck for training and slipped into a discovery folder. A harmless error, corrected and cautioned. The lesson was not that the state wins, it was that discipline wins. The rookies walked out blinking into thin light and found the rest of the system still keeping its intervals. Dispatch ran its afternoon two-line drill, neighbor, then coworker, turning worry into dispatchable facts stamped with time and commas that courts can live on. "Get them to the threshold," the supervisor said again. "Then let the house talk. Records assembled, packets that would outlast winter, certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't pretend to be context. When a podcaster pushed for a clip the statute and decency keep sealed, The clerk read the sentence the county had earned the right to speak without apology. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. She added the line families have learned to look for. Advance notice provided to next of kin. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol did its quiet work: measure, sketch, quote, repeat, turning a body's story into something the law can hold without squeezing it. The advocate offered verbs like spare keys, call, stay, leave, plan, and the detective, soft-souled, opened a notebook to before-after and let the chart take first position. Doc kept its arithmetic through snow and boredom, counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing remaining ink on a lined schedule, converting spectacle into routine as designed. Outside, opinions cycled. Inside, keys turned. At the high school, a counselor passed the steady binder to a new hire with a practical sentence. "We don't solve storms," he said. "We space the day." 3 check-ins that look like errands. A list of adults printed softly on ID backs, language that lets a detective sit without turning an office into an incident. That night, in a church hall lined with folding chairs, the sheriff faced the late question the town asks with its hat in its hands. How do we help without making it worse? She wrote the list in block letters. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving. Stop at drawers. Staple context to content. Call before you post. She capped the marker. Suppression hearings aren't about winning, they're about whether we behaved. Dusk brought the cul-de-sac to its right volume. Steam on windows, homework at kitchen tables, a bicycle orbiting a chalk island the rain hadn't washed away yet. A patrol car idled one street over from a porch where the light held steady by design. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and said the line aloud because speaking it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big, 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. On the report, he wrote 1858, observed, 1859, requested 1900, consent granted, then bracketed a note like a promise to his future self and a stranger's cross. Plain view only until paper, photo before movement, drawers untouched. Back in the courthouse, the judge initialed the order and set it on a stack where paper waits its turn to be believed. No applause, just sentences arranged so well they didn't need to defend themselves. That's what suppression taught the town to aim for. Not drama, not victory laps, just records that keep standing when someone tries, earnestly and lawfully, to knock them down. April brought the first honest warmth. Sidewalks exhaling last winter, bicycles clacking over the seams they'd ignored in the cold. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights made their quiet promise on schedule and then stepped back, like ushers who know the performance isn't about them. The habit read like a docket: opened, tended, closed. Across town, another word shaped the season: discovery, not the thrill of finding, but the obligation of giving. In the district attorney's office, a paralegal spread a case across a conference table like a map and began the slow work of making the state legible to its adversary. Bates' numbers marched up the margins: body-worn camera clips, neighbor video, 911 audio, doorbell stills, lab bench notes with the inky patience of people who initial everything they're willing to defend. The index was written as if a stranger would need it to breathe. Date, time, source, description, redaction basis, protective order citation. A junior deputy DA drafted the Brady letter, what helps the defense because the Constitution says so, and tucked a Giglio notice behind it like a truth that refuses to whisper. They weren't negotiating with fairness, they were bound to it. The detective whose handwriting had lived on evidence tags since a different year sat in for the first shepherding. What do we have? What do we hold? What do we explain? He read the hinge paragraph out loud. I observed, I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. The room didn't roll its eyes at repetition. Good discovery likes echoes. He flagged a training deck that included a photo later withdrawn by order. The slide came out. A note went in. Produced without Exhibit X per protective order, location data sealed, substitute still provided. Upstairs, training had a new slide, a bureaucratic kind of beautiful. The instructor wrote Rule 16 on the whiteboard and drew 2 columns, must disclose and may withhold protect. Under must, statements, reports, tangible things, digital extractions, exculpatory material, witness lists, expert summaries. Under protect, child identifiers, autopsy images, private addresses, industrial site coordinates, info that risks witness intimidation, anything shielded by statute or court order. She circled a word at the top timely. Late truth breeds bad faith, she said. Discovery is not a scavenger hunt, it's a mirror. Dispatch practiced its piece with the same metronome they use for everything. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called with a calendar square that shouldn't be empty. Call takers wrote incomplete sentences with quotes around voices and commas that officers could stand on later. Their supervisor pointed at the log. This, too, is discovery, she said. Your notes are a witness who will never move out of town. In the records unit, the clerk set out duplicate drives labeled like medicine, official mirror defense, and a letter that read like a table of contents. Produced. BWC 0117, CAD logs, RMS narratives, scene photos, lab bench notes, extraction reports, 911 audio with transcript, jail calls procedural only. Attached were the redaction log and the protective order that explained why certain rooms stayed private and certain faces blurred. The cover sheet ended as it always did now. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. Before she mailed the packet, she dialed a number to tell a family what would travel in tomorrow's post. Discovery, translated into courtesy. Defense counsel arrived without theatrics and accepted the mirror image of the state's digital brain. The lab offered hash values like handshakes, proof that a bit-by-bit copy is not a cousin but a twin. Test it yourself, the senior analyst said, resting a fingertip on the chain of custody line the way she always does. If your hashes don't match ours, we all start over. In a different era, the exchange might have smelled like distrust. Here it smelled like process. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol kept producing the kind of paper that behaves under oath, measurements in centimeters, sketches that would make sense to a stranger, quotes fenced in quotation marks. The advocate, who has learned to live between verbs, explained what discovery meant to the person on the gurney who didn't ask for any of this. Your words may travel, she said, but your privacy travels with them as far as the law allows. We will walk next to both. It was not reassurance. It was logistics spoken gently. The DA held a community session in a gym that still smelled like varnish and ambition, titled What You'll See and Why You Won't See Everything. He slid 3 handouts across folding tables. The amber criteria explainer with the same boxes empty as years ago, a warrant template whose blanks punish vagueness, a 1-pager on discovery obligations, with Brady/Giglio in bold and Rule 16 like a quiet drumbeat. Discovery is not generosity, he said. It's architecture. We build a record that can be inspected without collapsing. A hand went up. Why not release every second of every video to the public now? Because context prevents harm, he said, and because the law asks us to protect people as well as cases. The rookies in the back row of the courtroom, bussed over for the day's discovery conference, watched the judge run a docket like a conductor. Deadlines set, rolling disclosures ordered, protective orders narrowed, not broadened, admonitions given without ceremony. Turn over your bench notes, provide your redaction index, disclose impeachment material now, not later. Defense asked for more. The state agreed where the Constitution demanded and pressed pause where the statute required dignity. The gavel touched wood as lightly as a metronome. There would be no surprise in this courtroom if paper could help it. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that had borrowed clocks and laminates sent their discovery packet back with Bates numbers aligned, and a cover letter that sounded like it had been coached by someone who believes in nouns. We learned to staple timelines to the front, their clerk wrote. It keeps the pictures from pretending to be stories. The sheriff here tacked that sentence to a corkboard like a mission statement you're not embarrassed to read. Victim Services managed the one part of discovery that forms no line in a statute, preparation for what comes. At 6:10 a.m., the thin courage hour, the phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the office's promise. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, I will." They set a plan that looked like errands: open the blinds, make toast, choose a time to read the packet, agree on a text that says ready. It wasn't therapy. It was safekeeping in minutes and verbs. Doc, immune to seasons and op-eds, kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file, schedule the only narrative allowed. Outside, arguments about monotony and mercy moved around like weather. Inside, keys turned and nothing got lost. At the high school, the counselor updated the steady binder with a page called "If Papers Come," where to sit, what to skip, how to say no to questions you don't want to answer, how to invite a detective in without turning the office into an incident. "We do school here," he told a new teacher. "The rest we pace." In a church hall, the sheriff took the late question that begs for a sermon and got a checklist instead. How do we help without making it worse? Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving. Stop at drawers. Staple context to content. Call before you post. And when discovery comes, read the index before the clips. Evening softened the cul-de-sac to its right volume. Noodle steam on windows, a biology worksheet, a bicycle orbiting a chalk oval. A patrol car idled a street away from a porch light that held steady by design. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and said the line aloud because saying it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. On the report, he wrote 1902, observed 1903, requested 1904, consent granted, and added a note his future self and a defense counsel would both appreciate. All time synced, audio preserved, index prepared. Back at the DA's office, the paralegal sealed the mirror drive and the paper packet, initialed the flap, and logged the handoff to defense with the precision of a person who sleeps well because their commas are in the right places. No speeches, no music. Just envelopes that will be opened in rooms where truth needs help remembering its shape. That is what discovery looks like when procedure is the hero. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. The file will never say why. It will continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how the grammar courts can sentence and people can stand on. And when ordinary falters, as it always will, discovery done cleanly, will let the measured truth be handed across the aisle, intact, so even its critics can carry it without dropping a single ounce. May arrived soft at the edges, lawns the color of intention, wind chimes trading news between porches. On Saratoga Trail, the lights kept their early cue and their late farewell, small lighthouses clicking on and off with the confidence of routine. The block didn't call it vigilance anymore. It called it keeping. Across town, a different kind of keeping took the morning. Inventory, the legal ritual that tells a judge, a defendant, and the future exactly what the state took, and in what condition it left the rest. In a windowless room that smelled faintly of cardboard and toner, a detective smoothed a stack of search warrant returns and an evidence receipt with the kind of care people reserve for things they'll later swear to. The verbs were small and precise: seized, photographed, sealed, itemized. Each line a ledger. Item 12, sealed envelope, scene photo, index. Item 13, mobile device, Faraday bag, tag. Item 14, swab kit, outer seal intact. A second detective read aloud while a third compared to the photo log from the house, an accounting that functioned like a promise. Nothing in, nothing out except what this paper says. At the courthouse, the return moved under fluorescent light. The judge initialed the back page, eyes tracking the dates that make a search and not an adventure. Warrant issued, entry logged, inventory filed within the window the rule demands. Receipt provided to occupant or left in conspicuous place. The judge asked, a question that sounds like bureaucracy until you've watched it save a case. Left on the kitchen counter, photographed in place, time-stamped, Your Honor. The rookies in the back row wrote receipt plus photo like a spell. Upstairs, training broke the idea into muscle. The instructor drew the tidy foyer everyone knew: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats. Then sketched the kitchen where a receipt would live when no one's home. She wrote 2 headings, particularity and return. Under particularity, spaces authorized, items described, people protected. Under return, list every item, photograph receipt where left, file on time, notify court if nothing seized. Inventory is not decoration, she said. It's the bridge to legitimacy. A deputy asked what to do when a drawer begs to be opened but sits outside scope. Leave it shut, the instructor said, tapping the board. Write it on the not examined list. Curiosity is not an exception. Dispatch ran an after-action drill. 2 calls neighbor, then coworker, had sent officers to a threshold the week prior. Now the call takers learned to append 1 clean line to the CAD log. Warrant executed, inventory completed, receipt left on kitchen counter, photo on file. The supervisor moved between chairs with a pencil. You're writing the footnotes someone else will need, she said. Make them worth finding. Records built packets that wore the county's posture like a uniform. Cora responses included certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so no clip could pretend to be context. This time, a copy of the search return traveled with the set, tabs marking where inventory ends and narrative begins. When a producer asked for a photo that statute and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the office's refrain without apology. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. She added what a family needed to hear before the packet arrived. Notice provided to next of kin. Inventory includes no images of the deceased. Accuracy is a form of mercy. At the hospital, inventory meant a different kind of listing. A nurse completed the strangulation protocol and ticked off what had been collected with consent. Photographs with scale, measured drawings, quotes in quotation marks, evidence swabs sealed and labeled in the patient's presence. You don't just take, the attending reminded the resident. You explain what, why, where it goes, and how to say no and still receive care. The advocate translated in the quiet voice that turns procedure into survivable steps. The detective, soft soles and a notebook labeled before/after, signed the medical facility's chain of custody with the penmanship of someone who expects a future stranger to read it. In the DA's office, the discovery machine clicked forward 1 notch. A paralegal matched Bates' numbers to inventory lines, making sure the list of what left the scene was mirrored by the list of what reached defense. The deputy DA reviewed the Brady letter for anything in the inventory that might cut in 2 directions, then stapled the protective order on top like a seatbelt. Child identifiers blurred, autopsy images sealed, industrial site coordinates withheld by statute. Discovery is a ledger with a conscience, she told a junior lawyer. Your index should be usable by someone who wasn't there and doesn't like you. The lab spoke inventory in another dialect, sample tracking and chain of custody, numbers in columns that looked dull until cross-examination woke them up. A junior analyst read the scene item list aloud. Her bench partner matched tags to lab accession numbers, initials to initials, seals to seals. If it's not on paper, the senior said, fingertip resting where it always does, it is at risk of not existing. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that had borrowed clocks and laminates sent a thank you with a photo of a receipt left on a kitchen counter, time-stamped and framed by a wide shot that showed nothing else moved. We list even what we didn't open, their caption read. The sheriff tacked the printout to a corkboard under a heading both plain and proud. Do it like this. Victim Services handled the part inventory never names, the way paper lands. At 6:12 a.m., the thin courage hour, the phone vibrated. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, the advocate said, I will. Together they set a time to read the packet and agreed on a text that would mean start and another that would mean stop. No psychology terms, just a plan that kept people from being ambushed by their own mail. Doc kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file, routine converting spectacle to schedule like a machine that refuses flair. Outside, the debate about mercy and monotony continued its rotation. Inside, the only inventory that mattered was bodies present, doors locked, hours passed. At the high school, the counselor slid a new page into the steady binder. if police leave a receipt at home. It explained in simple language what a return is, whom to call, how to say, "I don't understand," without losing your place in the day. "We are not teaching law," he said to a new teacher. "We are teaching how to stay upright when the law walks through your living room." A church hall hosted the regular forum where the late question waits. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote her familiar list with a marker that squeaked on folding table plastic. Notice sooner, write better. Ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers. Staple context to content, leave a receipt, file the return, call before you post. A hand went up. Why the obsession with paper? Because paper is what keeps truth from turning into a story someone can bend, she said. Dusk drew its careful blue across the cul-de-sac. A patrol car idled one street over from a porch where the light held steady because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and said the words aloud because speaking turns advice into practice. Start small, document big. Two-knock rhythm, voice level. Consent requested and recorded. If consent ended, paper would begin. And if paper began, inventory would follow, a receipt on a counter photographed in place, a return filed before memory could make edits. Back in the evidence room, the detective folded the signed return into its envelope, initialed the flap, and logged the packet for filing with the kind of punctuation no one reads and everyone relies on. He wrote a memo that will never air in a documentary and will decide a motion someday. Return filed, receipt photo logged, no deviations from warrant scope, items in good order, seals intact, margins legible. This is how the case lives on, in the discipline of counting what you took and proving what you didn't touch. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science stubbornly loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. Inventory done cleanly is the county's way of telling the truth twice, once to the House, once to the court. So when ordinary falters, the record can carry the weight without wobbling, long after the people who wrote it have gone home and set their porch lights to come on a little before the dark. June arrived in clean rectangles, report cards, calendar squares, the measured clack of sprinklers hitting fence posts. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights took their early bow and late curtain call, a quiet math the street did together. Add light, subtract fear, balance ordinary. Across town, the courthouse hosted a seminar that smelled faintly of varnish and copy toner. Elements, the grammar the law insists on before it will speak. The district attorney stood under a scoreboard and wrote in block letters on a rolling whiteboard, homicide, tampering with a deceased human body, false reporting, and beneath each, the numbered bones you must cover before a sentence can stand. No adjectives, just structure. Elements are the boxes a jury must check, he said, sliding 3 handouts down a row amber explainer with the same boxes still empty from that first morning, a warrant template that punishes vagueness, a time sync worksheet that welds doorbell stamps to cell sector corridors. We don't prove stories, we prove elements. Everything else is temptation. A hand went up. Motive. He shook his head. Motive is why a story feels complete. Elements are why a case survives. In the sheriff's building, a detective retrieved the binder the town treats like a tool and not a relic. He opened to the hinge that has been teaching newcomers for years. I observed, I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He copied the verbs onto a yellow sticky for the 1,000th time because repetition is how duty greets itself. Then he drew a line from each verb to a box labeled element. Lawful vantage, voluntariness, particularity, return. Paper is how you show your steps knew where they were going, he murmured, and initialed an evidence tag with the neatness of someone writing for strangers. Training upstairs turned elements into muscle memory. The instructor sketched the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and then split the whiteboard in 2 columns, fact and element. Purse on console slid under presence absence, last known movement. Car seats installed fit under children unaccounted for, welfare risk. Keys in dish paired to no voluntary travel. "You're not just describing a room," she said. "You're aligning facts to boxes, right so a judge could drag your sentences straight into jury instructions without flinching." A deputy asked where instinct belongs. "In the margin with a time," she said. "At 08:12 I believe something was wrong. Then stop. Let the affidavit earn the verb that matters." Dispatch practiced their part of the equation. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called to report an empty desk and a missed meeting. Call takers wrote incomplete sentences with quotation marks around voices and commas placed like rails. Last contact, vehicles, children, medications, known routes. The supervisor tapped the CAD screen with a pencil. "This becomes an element," she said. "Timeline, opportunity. Actus Reus doesn't stand without a clock." At the hospital, the strangulation protocol translated experience into proof. A nurse measured bruises with a ruler and drew their contour. She wrote the patient's words in quotation marks. "He pressed here. I saw stars." 5 minutes later, a second nurse traced the same shapes without prompting. 2 notes, 1 truth. The advocate arrived with verbs you can carry, call, stay, leave, plan, and set them down as choices, not tests. A detective entered on soft soles, opened a notebook to before-after, and asked fewer questions than silence. The chart did what charts can do when written for elements: supplied injury, mechanism, capacity to consent. Records arranged their packets in a way that quietly teaches. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so no clip can pretend to be context. A copy of the search warrant and return flagged with tabs that made elements look like tabs too. Particularity, scope, execution, filing. When a producer asked for what statute and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence the office now says without apology: "We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests." She added what the family needed to hear before the packet traveled. Advance notice provided to next of kin. No autopsy imagery included. Mercy in fonts. The lab kept to its liturgy. A junior analyst felt the tug of a verb with teeth and chose consistent with. Confirmatories ran. Controls behaved. Her bench partner initialed the margin because verification is not suspicion. It's kindness to your future self on a stand you haven't seen yet. At the far bench, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. "Our job isn't to gild elements," she said. "It's to hand them over intact." 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates ran the echo protocol through a ranch house with blinds half tilted. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm. The shadow car arrived 5 minutes later with an atomic clock's blue certainty and a laminated checklist wiped on a sleeve. Consent requested, granted, documented. Plain view respected, drawers left for paper. Their affidavits overlapped like transparency sheets. Same nouns, same wedge of view, same restraint. A judge saw elements and not theater. Victim services tended to the element no instruction names. Endurance. At 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour, the phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the office's only unconditional sentence. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she said, "I will." Together they spaced the day, open the blinds, make toast, read 1 page, text stop if your chest tightens. Elements of a morning aligned to the element of survival. Doc, as ever, kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file, schedule, converting spectacle to routine by design. Outside, the debate about monotony and mercy turned like laundry on a gentle cycle. Inside, keys turned at intervals that do not care who is watching. At the high school, the counselor slid a new page into the steady binder. If you're called as a witness someday, where to sit, how to say "I don't remember" without shame, the difference between a fact and what it felt like. "We're not preparing jurors," he told a new teacher. "We're preparing people." A church hall kept its folding chairs ready for the perennial question with its hat in its hands. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote in block letters that could be seen from the back. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers. Staple context to content, call before you post. And aim your facts at elements, not at someone's hunger for a tale. Evening softened the cul-de-sac to its right volume. Noodle steam on windows, printable worksheets, a bicycle orbiting a chalk country drawn in pastels. A patrol car idled a street away from a porch light that held steady by design. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and said the line aloud because speaking turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big. Two-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes read like a checklist the DA would approve. 1903 observed keys in dish, purse on console, timeline. 1904 requested voluntariness. 1905 consent granted, scope. 1910 consent ended. Warrant sought, particularity pending. The handwriting was neat the way safe is neat. Back in the office, the detective eased the binder onto its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook and typed the memo nobody frames and everybody needs. Elements matched to record, timelines reconciled, chain of custody continuous, margins legible. The room hummed the sound paper makes when it knows how to behave under oath. This is how the case persists, not as an anecdote but as alignment, porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. The file will never say why. It will go on excelling at who, what, when, where, how, and at the quiet work of fitting facts to boxes so a community doesn't have to raise its voice to be believed. And when ordinary falters, as it will, the elements will hold and the measured truth will keep outrunning the loud story, one box checked at a time. July arrived with sun that felt like a decision. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights made their early vow and late goodbye as if the block were keeping minutes for itself. Motions carried, quorum met, adjourned to morning. Habit, yes, also policy. Across town, the word of the month was corroboration, not belief, but agreement among facts that don't know each other. In the district attorney's conference room, a whiteboard wore 5 headings like compass points: human/digital/physical/documentary/circumstantial. Under each, magnets held artifacts that refused to conspire yet lined up anyway. A neighbor's time-stamped clip, a carrier corridor that walked a phone down a street, a photo of keys in a dish, a receipt that placed a person where their story did not, sprinkler cycles that didn't care about alibis. The DA tapped the board. When strangers agree, he said, juries listen. Downstairs in the sheriff's building, a detective signed out the binder the town treats like a tool and opened to the hinge paragraph that keeps office memory honest. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He copied the verbs onto a yellow sticky for the 1,000th time because repetition is an oath. Then he drew lines outward, each verb to its witnesses. Observed right arrow photos from thresholds. Requested right arrow bodycam audio. Declined right arrow report notation with time. Obtained right arrow warrant with magistrate's signature. Let the facts vouch for each other, he murmured, initialing a tag with the neatness of someone writing for strangers. Upstairs, training turned the idea into muscle. The instructor sketched the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and then drew a web around each noun. Purse left right arrow bank notifications that stopped. Keys left right arrow door sensor logs that never cycled. Vitamins left right arrow prenatal appointment missed. Car seats left right arrow no vehicle movement recorded. Corroboration is what keeps you from leaning on a single fragile thing, she said. A deputy asked where instinct fits. In a margin with a time, she answered. At 08:11 I believe, then stop. Let the house and the paperwork agree without you. Dispatch ran the 2-witness drill. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called about an empty chair and unread messages. Call takers wrote incomplete sentences, quotes around voices, commas where officers could land. The supervisor tapped the CAD screen with a pencil. 2 calls, 1 worry, different sources. That's corroboration before anyone knocks. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol stitched agreement neatly. A nurse measured bruises with a ruler, sketched their contour, and wrote the patient's words in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse traced the same shapes without prompting. Photographs matched drawings, drawings matched words, pulse ox and voice hoarseness nodded along. The advocate arrived with verbs you can carry, call, stay, leave, plan, and laid them out like tools on a towel. A detective entered on soft soles, notebook labeled before after, and let the chart testify first. In court, those papers would sit beside someone who'd never met the patient and say the same thing. Records built packets that behaved like good witnesses. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't pretend to be narrative. The clerk paired audio with transcript, affixed the warrant and return, and attached a redaction index that cited statute-like directions read calmly at a fork. When a producer pushed for what law and decency keep sealed, she read the sentence the office now speaks without apology. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. Then she called a family before the envelope traveled. Corroboration has manners. The lab kept to its liturgy of agreement. A junior analyst felt a hungry verb prowl and chose consistent with. Confirmatories ran, controls held. Hash values matched on mirror drives handed to defense. Bench notes from 2 analysts echoed across initials. At the far station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. Our corroboration is boring on purpose, she said. Peer review. Repeatability. If brilliance is required, something's already off. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates ran the echo protocol through a modular home that smelled faintly of detergent in summer. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm. The shadow car arrived 5 minutes later with an atomic clock's blue certainty and a laminated checklist wiped on a sleeve. Consent granted, documented. Photos from thresholds matched inventory later. Doorbell stamps matched CAD times. Affidavits overlapped like transparencies. A judge read both and saw strangers agreeing without being introduced. The DA took a folding table in a gym and ran a clinic titled How Things Agree. He slid 3 handouts down the row. The amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first day. A warrant template that punishes vagueness. A time-sync worksheet that marries doorbell stamps to cell sector corridors. A teenager asked about motive. He smiled. Motive is why a story feels tidy, he said. Corroboration is why a case doesn't need a speech. Victim Services handled the agreement that matters most at 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour when a phone vibrates and someone needs the day to join them. The advocate answered with the office's single unconditional sentence. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, she said, I will. They built a plan of small witnesses, open blinds, make toast, take a shower, text ready when you want to read what arrived. Behavior corroborating intention. Science would be proud. Doc, insulated from the weather of opinion, kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file schedule translating spectacle into quiet by design. Outside, debates about monotony and mercy made their rounds like summer storms. Inside, keys turned on time. Agreement of a sort. At the high school, the counselor slid a page into the steady binder titled If Asked Later. It listed what to say and, more importantly, what not to, facts you saw, times you can place, the difference between what you remember and what you heard. Let your notes corroborate your mouth, he told a new teacher. It's okay to say, I wrote this down then, I'm reading from it now. In a church hall where folding chairs remember every season, the sheriff took the late question and declined the sermon at once. How do we help without making it worse? She wrote the list in block letters. Notice sooner. Write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers. Staple context to content, call before you post. Then she added a last line and underlined it twice. Let strangers agree. Evening found the cul-de-sac at its right volume, noodle steam on windows, a math worksheet, a bicycle carving a chalk river. A patrol car idled a street away from a porch light that held steady because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and spoke the line aloud because saying it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes made their own chorus. 1902 observed keys in dish. Purse on console photo 3. 1903 requested right arrow BWC clip A. 1904 consent granted, consent form signed. 1910 consent ended. Warrant sought right arrow CAD time. 1941 warrant executed right arrow return filed. Receipt left on counter right arrow photo 29. Strangers agreeing. Back in the evidence room, the detective eased the binder onto its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook and typed the memo nobody frames and everybody needs. Corroboration mapped. Human left right arrow, digital left right arrow, physical left right arrow documentary. Timelines reconciled. Chain of custody continuous. Margins legible. The room hummed the sound paper makes when it's confident enough to be quiet. This is how the case persists. In agreements that don't require persuasion, porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. The file will never answer why. It will continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how, and at the patient work of letting unrelated things tell the same truth. And when ordinary falters, as it will, corroboration will carry the measured truth farther than any loud story can run, because facts that never met still manage to walk in step. August settled like a steady hand on the shoulder, heat civilized by evenings, sprinklers stitching arcs between mailboxes. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights took their early post and late release, as if the block were keeping minutes for a meeting that never adjourns. Habit had become a language. We see you, we'll be here when it's dark again. Across town, the courthouse hosted a workshop that didn't invite drama, burden of proof. The district attorney stood under a scoreboard and wrote in clean block letters, beyond a reasonable doubt, then underlined the word reasonable twice. Not beyond all doubt, he said. Not beyond conjecture, not beyond grief. Reasonable, rooted in reason, tested by evidence. He slid 3 handouts down a row of folding tables. The amber explainer with the same boxes still empty from that first day. A warrant template that punishes vagueness. A time sync worksheet that marries doorbell stamps to carrier corridors. We do not sell a story, we meet a burden. Downstairs in the sheriff's building, a detective lifted the binder the county treats like a tool and opened to the hinge that keeps everyone honest. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He copied the verbs onto a yellow sticky for the 1000th time because repetition is what duty does to stay awake. In the margin, he wrote a lawyer's quiet prayer. Elements plus corroboration equals sufficiency. Then he traced tiny arrows from facts to boxes. Keys in dish right arrow no voluntary travel. Car seats installed right arrow welfare risk. Prenatal vitamins on counter right arrow appointments missed. Reason persuades, he murmured, initialing a tag with the neatness of a person writing for strangers. Training upstairs turned philosophy into muscle. The instructor drew the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and split the board, evidence on the left, argument on the right. Under evidence, she wrote nouns, photos from thresholds, CAD times, consent forms, warrant and return, lab bench notes, each with a timestamp like a nail. Under argument, she wrote a single sentence, fit facts to elements, resist adjectives. A deputy asked what to do with instinct, the way it pushes at the ribs when rooms speak in absence. Give it a time and stop, she said. At 0809 I believed, then let your paper meet the burden. Dispatch practiced the rhythm that helps a jury later without trying to. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called about an empty chair and blinking message bubbles. Call takers typed incomplete sentences with quotation marks around voices and commas where officers can land. The supervisor tapped the CAD log. This becomes timeline, she said. Timeline becomes burden. Write like a juror will live here for 6 days. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol produced the kind of pages that carry weight quietly. A nurse measured bruises in centimeters, sketched their shape, and wrote the patient's words in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without prompting. Photographs matched drawings, drawings matched words. Pulse ox read what memory might forget. The advocate arrived with verbs you can carry, call, stay, leave, plan, and laid them out like tools on a towel. A detective entered on soft soles, opened a notebook labeled before after, and let the chart speak first. None of it asked for belief. All of it asked for attention. Records prepared packets that behaved like good witnesses. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't impersonate context. The warrant and return rode beside a redaction index that cited statute like a map. When a producer pressed for what the law and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence the office now says without apology. We protect access and dignity, both are public interests. Then she called a family before the envelope traveled. Meeting the burden does not license harm. In the lab, the burden sounded like nouns. A junior analyst felt a hungry verb prowl and chose consistent with. Confirmatories ran, controls held. Hash values matched between state and mirror drives. A bench partner initialed the margin, not because trust was missing, but because verification is mercy to your future self. At the far station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. If brilliance is required, she said, paper failed. We build for ordinary minds under oath. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates ran the echo protocol through a ranch house that smelled like detergent and late summer. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm. The shadow car arrived 5 minutes later with an atomic clock's blue certainty and a laminated checklist wiped on a sleeve. Consent granted, documented. Photos from thresholds not posed. Drawers stayed shut until paper said otherwise. Their affidavits overlapped like transparencies. A judge, skimming in the language of necessities, saw sufficiency where spectacle likes to live. In a gym that remembers home games and winter coats, the DA taught a night module called Reasonable Doubt and its imposters. He wrote 3 imposters on the board: speculation, possibility, preference, and crossed each out. Your doubt must be reasonable, he said, anchored in evidence or the lack of evidence the state ought to have provided. A teenager asked about motive. Motive decorates a story, he answered. It does not complete an element. Victim services tended to a different burden at 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour when a phone vibrated and somebody needed the day to be survivable. The advocate answered with the office's single unconditional sentence. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, she said, I will. They set a plan of small proofs: open blinds, make toast, read 1 page, text stop when your chest tightens. Not therapy, logistics of staying. Doc kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays. Protective housing a line in a file schedule translating spectacle into routine without asking permission. Outside, the debate about monotony and mercy moved like weather. Inside, keys turned on time. Burden met daily, by bodies counted and doors that close. At the high school, the counselor slid a page into the steady binder titled If You're Asked What You Saw. It explained facts versus feelings, how to say I don't remember without shame, how to read from notes you took then. You are not a character, he told a new teacher. You are a witness. That's lighter and heavier than it sounds. In a church hall that keeps folding chairs the way some places keep candles, the sheriff took the late question that begs for a sermon and gets a checklist instead. How do we help without making it worse? She wrote in block letters, notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving. Stop at drawers. Staple context to content. Call before you post. Then she added the last line the town had earned. Meet the burden, don't inflate the story. Dusk cooled the cul-de-sac to its right volume. Noodle steam on windows. A worksheet rescued from under a dog. A bicycle carving a chalk river no rain had claimed yet. A patrol car idled a street away from a porch light that held steady because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and spoke the line aloud because saying it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes looked like a ladder a juror could step down safely. 1902 observed keys in dish, purse on console, 1903 requested, 1904 consent granted, 1910 consent ended, warrant sought, 1942 warrant executed, inventory filed, receipt left on counter, photo 29. No flourish, only steps that knew where they were going. Back in the evidence room, the detective eased the binder onto its shelf with the rubbery thud of a tool returning to its hook and typed the memo nobody frames and everybody needs. Burden mapping complete. Facts right arrow elements. Corroboration plotted. Timelines reconciled. Chain of custody continuous. Margins legible. The room hummed like a promise that requires no applause. This is how the case endures. Not as an anecdote grown smooth by retelling, but as a discipline that meets its weight. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. The file will never say why. It will continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how, and at placing those answers where the law keeps its standards. And when ordinary falters, as it will, the burden, met quietly, will carry the measured truth farther than any loud story can run. September folded the heat back into the fields and let school bells take over the rhythm. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights clicked on a breath before dusk and held until the sky could manage itself. Practice turned into policy, policy into manners. Across town, a courtroom prepared for a thing the famous file never needed: instructions. Not a verdict, those belonged to other rooms and an older winter, but the language that would carry any jury to law without getting them lost in story. The judge kept a stack of drafts at her elbow, edges squared, each page a sentence stripped to usable bone. Counsel sat at their tables, yellow pads turned sideways, pens aligned. On a whiteboard wheeled in from a conference room that still smelled like toner, the district attorney wrote 3 headings any American trial could find in the dark: burden, elements, evidence. Beneath burden, he wrote what the law always says and people keep wanting to edit: beyond a reasonable doubt, and underlined reasonable twice. Beneath elements, he wrote the numbered bones. Beneath evidence, he wrote direct and circumstantial, added an equal sign between them and left it there like a dare to bad television. Your job isn't to decide a tale, the judge would say in an hour, rehearsing it now in a whisper only the clerk heard. It is to apply law to facts. She tested each instruction the way a mechanic tests brakes: push, release, listen. A comma moved, a pronoun tightened. She trimmed the excess until the page could hold a stranger's weight. Downstairs in the sheriff's building, the binder the town treats like a tool watched the hour pass by doing what it always does: staying exact. A detective opened to the hinge that makes every later sentence possible. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He copied the verbs onto a yellow sticky because repetition is a kind of oath and tucked it beneath the tab marked affidavit. On a legal pad, he drew lines from fact to box: keys in dish, absence of voluntary travel. Car seats installed, right arrow, children unaccounted for. Prenatal vitamins on counter, right arrow, appointments missed. Then wrote the quiet equation no one cheers for but everyone relies on: facts plus instructions equals verdict that behaves. Training upstairs turned the idea into muscle. The instructor drew the tidy foyer: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and then wrote in block letters above it, "Read this like a juror." "What can this room prove without adjectives?" she asked. A deputy offered. "No car taken, no spontaneous leaving." Another added. "Planned medical care interrupted." The instructor circled the phrases and drew arrows to the elements on a second whiteboard. "You're not building a narrative," she said. "You're building a bridge between observation and instruction." Dispatch ran a drill titled "What a Juror Hears." A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called about an empty chair, an unanswered thread. Call takers typed in full sentences with quotation marks around voices and commas where officers could land. The supervisor read the log aloud back to the room. "This becomes a timeline," she said, tapping the timestamps. "A juror will hold it up against doorbell video and cell sector corridors." If your commas wobble, the ladder wobbles. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol did its daily stubborn work, ruler, sketch, quotes fenced in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without prompting. The advocate arrived with verbs you can carry, call, stay, leave, plan, and laid them down like silverware on a plain table. When a detective stepped in with soft soles and a notebook labeled before-after, the chart did the opening statement without style. Injury, mechanism, capacity. Juries don't need poetry for medicine. They need measurements. Records arranged packets the way a good teacher arranges a lesson. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips cannot pretend to be context, warrant and return tabbed for easy reach, a redaction index with statute citations like street signs. When a producer pressed for what the law and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the office's refrain without apology. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. She added the line families now look for before they open anything. Advance notice provided to next of kin. Instruction begins with what you don't show and why. The lab prepared its own testimony the way orchestras tune. A junior analyst practiced saying consistent with out loud until it fell out of her mouth without apology. Her bench partner checked controls, reran confirmatories, initialed margins. At the far station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. We're not here to dazzle, she said. We're here to hand jurors nouns and let the instructions do the verbs. In a community gym with scuffed floors and ambitious echo, the DA ran a clinic called What the Judge Will Tell You. He slid 3 handouts across folding tables. The amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first day. A warrant template that punishes vagueness. A 1-pager titled pattern instructions you'll actually hear. Reasonable doubt. Credibility, direct equals circumstantial. Limited use evidence. Unanimity. A hand went up in the back. Do jurors ever get motive? He shook his head. They get elements. Motive is the ghost story that sneaks in under the door. The judge will tell you not to chase it. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates sent video of a training day where rookies practiced reading instructions out loud before writing reports. Say it like a juror will hear it, their sergeant told them. The rookies stumbled over particularity at first, then learned to love it the way carpenters love levels. Their echo protocol drill. Lead unit knocks the 2-beat rhythm. Shadow car arrives 5 minutes later with an atomic clock's blue certainty. Ended with 2 affidavits that sounded like they'd been written by people who expect their sentences to be stapled to jury instructions someday. Victim Services kept its own instruction manual at 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour, when a phone vibrated and someone needed the day told to them in small, survivable pieces. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, the advocate said, the office's oath, I will. They set guidelines that read like kindness in policy form. Open blinds, make toast, read if you want, stop if you want, text me a single emoji if you can't talk. The instructions did not promise ease. They promised company. Doc, insulated from fashion and fury, kept its arithmetic. Counts, doors, passes, trays. Protective housing a line in a file. Routine the only instruction that matters inside. Outside, the town still argued about mercy and monotony. Inside, keys turned and schedules did their job without speeches. At the high school, the counselor slid a new page into the steady binder. If you're summoned. It explained how to ask an employer for time, how to bring a notebook, what admonition means, why you shouldn't research after dinner. You may be the next set of ears, he told seniors who were closer to jury age than they realized. Listen for the boxes, not the soundtrack. In a church hall where folding chairs remember every winter, the sheriff faced the late question that wants a sermon and got a list instead. How do we help without making it worse? She wrote in block letters, notice sooner. Write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers, staple context to content, call before you post. Then she added a last line, underlined once, follow instructions. They exist because grief is persuasive. Dusk placed its hand on the cul-de-sac, steadying it. A patrol car idled one street over from a porch light that held because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and said the line aloud because saying it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. He wrote 1906, observed keys in dish, purse on console, 1907 requested, 1908 consent granted, then a bracketed note the judge would recognize as restraint, not fear, plain view until warrant, photo before movement, drawers untouched. His handwriting was neither pretty nor defiant. It was legible. Juries love legible. Back at the courthouse, the judge stacked her final drafts and capped her pen. Instructions had been whittled down to things a stranger could carry across a room without dropping: burden, elements, equality of proofs, how to weigh a witness, how to say not proven without malice, how to say proven without triumph. The clerk set the packets where they would wait for a day that might never come in this case and would always come somewhere else. This is how the file lives now, not as a campfire tale but as architecture, porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science that insists on verification, packets that teach while they disclose, phone calls returned before the coffee cools. The pages do not argue why. They excel at who, what, when, where, how, and at the more difficult work of submitting themselves to the rules that keep grief from pretending to be proof. When ordinary falters, as it will, instruction is the handrail, steady, unsentimental, exactly where it needs to be for anyone willing to hold on. October trimmed daylight to a workable edge. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights took their posts early and retired late, a neighborhood metronome that made no speeches and kept every promise. The habit had outlived urgency. It lived now as culture, quiet proof you can practice safety without performing it. Across town, the courthouse prepared for the room without windows, deliberation. Not a verdict, those belong to other winters, but the discipline that gets strangers from evidence to decision without being drafted into a story. The judge reviewed the packets she had whittled to bone the week before: burden, elements, equality of direct and circumstantial proof, credibility, unanimity. She ran a pen under the two sentences juries always need most and too often forget. You must not be swayed by sympathy or prejudice. Reasonable doubt is not imaginary doubt. Down the hall, counsel tuned their last notes. The district attorney drew 2 columns on a legal pad, proved and not needed, and parked motive under the second heading where it belongs. The defense circled the phrase reasonable 3 times and underlined gaps that were gaps by design, privacy protected by statute, rooms sealed by order. Between them, a clerk carried exhibits into numbered boxes that would follow the jury into a room where opinions become votes only when paper allows. In the sheriff's building, a detective signed the ledger, lifted the binder the county treats like a tool, and opened to the hinge that never fails under questioning. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He wrote the verbs on a yellow sticky again because repetition is a kind of oath, then drew arrows to the pieces jurors will hold, photos from thresholds, body-worn audio, the consent form, the warrant and return, the inventory receipt photographed on a kitchen counter, time-stamped and unromantic. He added, almost as a benediction, instructions left right arrow evidence, the bridge they built this whole year for people they will never meet. Training upstairs turned deliberation into muscle memory. The instructor sketched the familiar foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and wrote credibility factors above the drawing in block letters: opportunity to observe, consistency, corroboration, demeanor, motive to lie, bias. Jurors will test your paper this way even if they can't name the test, she said. Write like you expected it. A deputy asked where instinct belongs when the room speaks in absence. In the margin with a time, the instructor said. At 08:10, I believed, then stop. Trust your nouns. Dispatch rehearsed the portion of a case that most jurors never see and all good ones feel, the cadence of the first hour. A neighbor's call about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker's voice describing an empty chair and a blinking thread. Call takers typed in sentences with quotation marks around voices and commas where officers could land. The supervisor read the log aloud cold, as a juror would see it for the first time. Is it legible? Does it rhyme with the doorbell? Does it conflict with carrier corridors? She tapped a time. If your commas wobble, their confidence does too. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol kept making pages that behave in jury rooms. A nurse measured in centimeters, sketched the contour, wrote quotes verbatim. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without coaching. The advocate set down verbs people can carry: call, stay, leave, plan, and the detective, soft soles and a notebook labeled before, after. Let the chart speak first. Jurors do not need drama from medicine. They need measurements aligned to elements. Records packed packets like teachers laying out an exam, certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips cannot impersonate context, warrant and return tabbed, a redaction index that cites statute instead of taste. When a producer pushed for what decency and law keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence the county says now without apology. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. She called a family before the envelope left the building. Deliberation begins with what you don't put in the room and why. In the lab, testimony was tuned to the key of calm. A junior analyst practiced saying consistent with until it felt like a truth and not a retreat. Her bench partner reran confirmatories and initialed margins because verification is mercy for your future self under oath. At the far station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line as if taking a pulse. In deliberation, she said, our exhibit is the quiet one that keeps standing when louder ones have sat down. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates ran their echo protocol through a split-levels thin hallways. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm. The shadow car arrived 5 minutes later with an atomic clock's blue certainty and a laminated checklist wiped on a sleeve. Consent granted, documented. Photos from thresholds not posed, drawers left for paper. That night, 2 affidavits overlapped like transparencies. A judge read them and saw what jurors crave: restraint that looks like reliability. In a gym where banners blinked out last year's triumphs, the district attorney ran a clinic called Credibility Without Characters. He wrote 5 sentences jurors would hear when the time came. Direct and circumstantial evidence are equal. You may accept part and reject part of any witness's testimony. Lawyers' questions are not evidence. Sympathy is not a basis for verdict. If 2 reasonable conclusions arise, the law requires the one that favors the defendant. He let the last line sit. The room didn't shift. Good rooms can hold 2 truths at once. Victim services carried deliberation where no instruction reaches. 6:11 a.m., the Think Courage hour. The phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the office's only unconditional sentence. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, she said, I will. Together they laid out a day in small, survivable pieces. Open the blinds, make toast. Read 1 page when you're ready. Text stop if your chest tightens. We'll set the packet aside. Jurors deliberate on paper. People deliberate on breath. Doc kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file, routine the only verdict inside. Outside, arguments about monotony and mercy toward the same corners of town. Inside, keys turned on time. Predictability is its own kind of proof. At the high school, the counselor added a page to the steady binder titled If You Ever Serve. It explained admonitions, how to bring a notebook, why you must not research after dinner, what foreperson means, how to ask the judge for a read back. You may be the next set of ears, he told seniors 2 birthdays from eligibility. Listen for instructions. Fit facts to boxes. Leave your favorite narrative in your backpack. A church hall filled with folding chairs took the late question that hankers for a sermon. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote her list in block letters anyone could see from the back. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers, staple context to content, call before you post. She put down the marker. Then let the instructions do their job. Deliberation is not a morality play, it's a map. Evening settled on the cul-de-sac in its correct key, noodle steam on windows, graphite on worksheet edges, a bicycle carving a chalk river that refused to be a border. A patrol car idled one street over from a porch light holding steady because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and spoke the line aloud because saying it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big, two-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes were the kind jurors learn they can trust. 1904 observed keys in dish, purse on console. 1905 requested. 1906 consent granted. 1912 consent ended, warrant sought. 1944 warrant executed. Receipt left on counter, photo 31. Return filed. No flourish. Only steps that knew their destination. Back in chambers, the judge stacked her instruction packets and capped her pen. The pages would sleep there until a future case needed them, maybe in this county, maybe 2 towns over, where porch lights keep time without asking for thanks. Deliberation, like the street's ritual, asks less for feeling than for form. Watch, write, align, decide. The famous file will never answer why. It will go on excelling at who, what, when, where, how, and at the quiet discipline of turning grief-resistant truth into sentences strangers can carry across a room without dropping. And when ordinary falters, as it will, the town's readiness for deliberation will be the difference between a loud story and a lawful one. November thinned the light until it behaved like a fact. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights rose a shade before dusk and lingered a shade past dawn. Habit turned into punctuation. The block didn't call it vigilance anymore. It called it grammar. Across town, a different grammar ran a courtroom. The transcript, the official memory of a day that will be argued years from now by people not yet licensed. In a narrow well between counsel tables, the court reporter adjusted a paper stack, checked the cat display, and tapped the pedals that make speech obedient to lines. She wasn't capturing drama. She was making a record, keystrokes rendering voices into something the law could carry without spilling. The judge entered with the same quiet authority she brought to everything, sleeves neat, instructions squared, pencil ready. For the record, she began, and the room snapped into the discipline of being remembered. Lawyers slowed their commas. Witnesses learned that nods are invisible, yes and no must be spoken. Between questions and answers, the reporter threaded tags, inaudible sparingly, overlapping when necessary, indicating only when hands tried to smuggle meaning past words. The machine overheard everything. The transcript would admit only what English could weigh. Downstairs in the sheriff's building, a detective lifted the binder the county treats like a tool and not a shrine, open to the hinge that turns chaos into procedure. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He copied the verbs onto a yellow sticky again because repetition is a kind of oath, then drew arrows to transcript anchors. The consent form admitted as Exhibit 4, the warrant and return as 7 and 7A, the inventory receipt, photo 29, left on kitchen counter, timestamp 1944. He pictured each line spoken slowly enough to be caught and exactly enough to be believed. If you wanted it to live, you should have written it as if a stranger would read it out loud, he murmured, initialing a tag for the next audit. Training upstairs turned voice into discipline. The instructor drew the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and wrote "say it so it stays" above the whiteboard. No like or you know, she told a room half rookies, half people who had already learned the hard way. Report where you stood, name the room, give the time, speak in nouns. Jurors read this later with the judge's finger under each line. A deputy asked about instinct, the part that always arrives early and wants to talk. Timestamp it and stop, the instructor said. At 08:11 I believed, then let the affidavit earn the verbs. Belief is not evidence, it is a note to your future self. Dispatch ran a drill called transcript ears. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called to report an empty chair. Call takers spoke in sentences even when the caller didn't, repeated back what mattered with the kind of courtesy that doubles as accuracy. You last saw her at, you mean the silver SUV that stays parked out front. Typing kept pace, quotation marks where voices belonged, times precise to the minute. The supervisor played the audio into a quiet room and read the CAD log along with it. The two matched like lips and subtitles. "When the transcript arrives," she said, "your commas become stares." At the hospital, the strangulation protocol translated the present into future-readable proof. A nurse measured bruises with a ruler, sketched their contour, and wrote the patient's words in quotation marks. "He pressed here. I saw stars." 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without suggestion. The advocate arrived with verbs that fit pockets: call, stay, leave, plan, and placed them on the table like utensils, each for its purpose. A detective entered on soft soles, opened a notebook labeled before after, and asked fewer questions than silence. Later on paper, cue when you say pressed, where? A here, indicating right lateral neck. The court reporter would translate the gesture so future eyes could see it. Records assembled packets like teachers making answer keys. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't pretend to be context, warrant and return tabbed, a redaction index that cited statute, not taste. When a producer asked for what law and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence the office now speaks without apology. "We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests." She then did what transcripts cannot, called a family first. Courtesy isn't in the record, it's in the room. In the lab, testimony tuned itself to the page. A junior analyst practiced saying consistent with until it carried confidence instead of deferral. Her bench partner reran confirmatories and initialed margins because verification is mercy to your future self under oath. At the far bench, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. "Answer the question asked," she told the room. "Not the one the silence invites. Let the transcript show we prefer nouns." In a gym with uneven acoustics and championship banners fading into their threads, the district attorney ran a clinic titled "The Record is the Universe." He wrote 3 rules on a portable whiteboard. 1. If it isn't said, it isn't there. 2. If it isn't marked, it's hard to find. 3. If it isn't legible, it's vulnerable. He slid 3 handouts down a row of folding tables. The amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first day. A warrant template that punishes vagueness. A 1-pager titled "Speak for the stenograph," slow, specific, no pronouns without antecedents. A student asked about motive. He capped the marker. Motive narrates, transcript sentence. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates ran their echo protocol under fluorescent lights that make truth look pale and steady. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm. The shadow car arrived 5 minutes later with atomic blue certainty, and a laminated checklist wiped on a sleeve. Consent granted, documented. Photos from thresholds, not posed. The sergeant made rookies stand at the doorway and describe a room until the words could be typed by someone who had never been inside. From the threshold looking north, a kitchen, stainless refrigerator to my left, island center, paper on counter with black border, a warrant return. Words replaced pointing. The transcript could carry that. Victim services kept the part no stenograph can hear, the 6:11 a.m. hour of thin courage. The phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the office's single unconditional sentence. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she said, "I will." Together they set a script that would never see an exhibit sticker. Open blinds, make toast. Read 1 page, text stop if breath goes shallow. Not therapy. A transcript for a morning, written in actions. Doc continued its arithmetic counts, doors, passes, trays. Protective housing a line in a file, schedule converting spectacle into routine by design. Outside, the debate about monotony and mercy rehearsed its old arguments. Inside, keys turned on time. The log could prove it. At the high school, the counselor slid a page into the steady binder labeled "If you're asked later." It taught kids how to testify without turning themselves into characters. Say what you saw, not what you think. Give times. Admit you don't remember. Ask to see your notes. Let your future sentence be something you can still say, he told a room full of seniors who would be eligible to serve before they learned to like coffee. A church hall filled its folding chairs and asked the late question with its hat in its hands. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote her eternal list in block letters you could read from the back. Notice sooner. Write better. Ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving. Stop at drawers. Staple context to content. Call before you post. She underlined the last sentence twice. And speak as if a stranger will read your words under oath. Because they will. Evening steadied the cul-de-sac. Steam taped itself to kitchen windows. Pencils made half-moons on worksheets. A bicycle outlined a river of chalk and refused to call it a border. A patrol car idled one street over from a porch light that held because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid the laminated card from the visor and said the line aloud because saying it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big, two-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes read like they had been written for a person with a pedal at her feet. 1903 observed from threshold. Foyer, keys in dish, purse on console. 1904 requested exact words quoted. 1905 consent granted, form signed, exhibit 4. 1912 consent ended, warrant sought. 1944 warrant executed, receipt left on counter, photo 29, return filed. No flourishes. Only sentences that know how to stand when read back twice. Back at counsel table, the court reporter lifted her hands for a moment and flexed the ache out of fingers. Then she set them again on the keys, words becoming record, record becoming memory, memory becoming a place the law can point to and say, there, not somewhere around there. This is how the case persists. In speech that survives its speakers, porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. It does not promise why. It continues to excel at who, what, when, where, how, and at the stern kindness of writing everything as if a stranger will need to carry it across a room without dropping. When ordinary falters, as it will, the transcript is the town's way of refusing to let noise become history. December sharpened the air until breath looked like handwriting. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights rose a little before dusk and retired a little after dawn, punctuation that outlived the sentence that birthed it. The habit didn't announce itself as vigilance anymore. It read as curation, keep what matters, let the rest pass. Across town, the sheriff's building observed its quiet high holiday, Archive Day, when living cases gave a respectful nod to the ones that now belonged to shelves, servers, and the future. In the basement, a detective signed the ledger, lifted the binder the county treats like a tool, and carried it to a table that smelled faintly of adhesive and winter. He opened to the hinge that had taught generations to keep their verbs small and true. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He wrote the 4 words on a fresh sticky, because repetition is an oath disguised as stationery. Then he began the conversion that turns memory into infrastructure. Evidence tags were reconciled against the property ledger, custody lines traced from signature to signature without a skip beat. The fridge logs met their calibration slips like a handshake that means something. A photo index with a soft corner was rebagged. The original sleeve taped beneath the new with a note that would bore anyone who hasn't faced cross. Replaced for longevity. Original preserved. Hash manifests were printed and sealed. Mirror drives generated and labeled with dates that will matter to people not yet sworn. The detective typed the sentence that always looks dull and always saves the day. End-of-life retention initiated per order. Destruction holds honored. Release eligibility indexed. Upstairs, training replaced drama with schedule. The instructor wrote life cycle on the board and drew 4 boxes. Create, use, disclose, preserve, destroy. She sketched the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and drew arrows through the boxes like a river that knows where it's allowed to flood. You are not just making a case, she said. You are making an archive someone else can trust. Put your nouns where policy can find them. A deputy asked about instinct, the part that knocks first and wants to speak loudest. Timestamp it and stop, the instructor said. At 0809 I believed, then hand the work to paper that survives you. Dispatch tuned their consoles to the long burn. The supervisor added a habit to the habit. For any call that grows into more than a welfare check, an archive note at the bottom of the CAD thread, audio preserved, log locked, UTC offset included, because winter is long and computers forget what people swear they won't. The room listened to a playback from years ago and then read the transcript beside it. The commas still fit. The rule was adopted. Records ran their ritual like a small orchestra. Cora requests were answered with certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't impersonate narrative. For the archive, a twin packet traveled to climate-controlled storage with a new, unfashionable grace note, a printed redaction index that cited statute and page, in case a server ever failed on a day electricity decided not to be predictable. When a producer pressed again for what the law and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence that had become a spine. We protect access and dignity, both are public interests. Then she made the phone call the statute doesn't require and conscience does, notice to family before the mail moved. The archive keeps paper. People keep people. In the lab, archiving sounded like hashes whispering agreement. A junior analyst generated SHA 256 lists for every digital exhibit and sealed them with the boredom you want in a truth teller. Her bench partner reran confirmatories slated for retention check and initialed margins because verification is mercy for your future self. At the end station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. What we do today decides whether strangers can still carry this in a decade, she said. If brilliance is required, we didn't preserve it right. The district attorney hosted a night session beneath a scoreboard that smelled of varnish and old adrenaline. After the headlines, Why Archives Win Motions. He slid 3 handouts down a row of folding tables, the amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first morning, a warrant template that punishes vagueness, a 1-pager titled Retention and Holds, who freezes what when evidence can be released, how protective orders outlive elections. Appeals and petitions walk on paperwork, he said. Archives are how you keep walking. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates sent a photo no one will frame and everyone should. A receipt left on a kitchen counter years ago, time-stamped, wide shot, untouched, alongside a fresh picture of the same receipt inside a mylar sleeve with a barcode that points to 2 places at once. The shelf in their evidence room and an off-site vault most people will never see. The caption read, "We kept the promise." The sheriff tacked it to a corkboard beneath a heading as plain as a warrant. Do it like this. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol finished its long arc with a sentence the residents would memorize if they stayed. Release on request per statute. Withhold per order, copy on secure server, paper in cool, dry dark. A nurse explained to a patient, gently, mechanically, that her words would be kept as long as orders require and sometimes longer. The advocate translated the rest into verbs you can carry, call, stay, plan, and left a card that functions more like ballast than invitation. Victim services archive something the law cannot shelf, morning routines built to stand in for courage. At 6:12 a.m., the phone vibrated. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," the advocate said, the office's single unconditional sentence, "I will." They calendared a few small promises for future selves: open blinds, water the plant, walk once around the block, not therapy, metadata for hope. Doc kept its arithmetic. Protective housing stayed ink on a line. Counts, doors, passes, trays continued their metronome. Offenders transfer, schedules do not. Inside, predictability is not boredom, it's proof no one wants to perform. At the high school, the counselor added a page to the steady binder titled "If the Past Arrives in the Mail." Explained without adjectives what a transcript is, what a discovery packet looks like, how to say not today and still get credit for biology. "We are not teaching law," he told a new teacher. "We are teaching how to keep going when paperwork remembers you." In a church hall with folding chairs that have listened long enough to be wise, the sheriff faced the late question that always wants a sermon. How do we help without making it worse? She wrote the list in block letters. Notice sooner, write better. Ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers, staple context to content, call before you post. Then she added the winter line, keep your records like they'll need to live longer than your memory. No applause. Pens moved. Dusk set its hand on the cul-de-sac. Steam wrote itself onto kitchen windows. Pencils cast little shadows. A bicycle traced a chalk river with no interest in borders. A patrol car idled one street over from a porch light that held steady because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and spoke the line aloud because speaking it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big. Two-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes did what notes should when they know a shelf is waiting. 1857 observed from threshold. Foyer, keys in dish, purse on console. 1858 requested exact words quoted. 1859 consent granted, form signed. 1906 consent ended, warrant sought. 1938 warrant executed. Inventory completed, receipt left on counter. Photo 31. Return filed. 2010 digital exhibits hashed. Archive note entered. He clipped the page with the tidy click of a person who writes for strangers. Back in the basement, the detective eased the binder into its box. Acid-free labeled, barcode married to a database field that would not get bored, and set the box on a shelf that knows its grid. He sealed a mirror drive, initialed the flap, wrote the memo nobody frames and everybody needs. Archive set, hashes logged, offsite copy verified, destruction holds flagged, notice logs current, margins legible. This is how the case endures when the weather of attention changes. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. The file will never answer why. It will go on excelling at who, what, when, where, how, and at the less glamorous obligation of surviving its authors. When ordinary falters, as it will, the archive stands in the dark, labeled and legible, ready for the day a stranger opens a box and needs the truth to behave. January flattened sound so you could hear your own boots. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights came up a breath before dusk and bode a breath after dawn, punctuation that no longer needed explanation. Habit had become infrastructure. Infrastructure had become our weather. Across town, a courtroom turned its chairs toward a different horizon. Appeal, the place where cases are read instead of heard. No jury box, no witnesses, only a panel of eyes and the cold mercy of a record that does not accept additions. The district attorney rolled a cart of binders into a conference room that smelled like varnish in winter and wrote on a portable whiteboard 4 phrases that decide more futures than speeches do. Standard of review, preserved error, harmless error, record cites. He underlined the first. Abuse of discretion, clear error, de novo, he said. If you do know which key the court is playing in, you're singing to yourself. Downstairs in the sheriff's building, a detective lifted the binder the county treats like a tool and not a trophy and opened to the hinge that had outlived a dozen rookies. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. He copied the verbs onto a sticky again because repetition is a habit for people who expect to answer strangers. Then he drew arrows from each verb to the proof that travels upstairs when the microphones are gone. Photographs from thresholds. The body-worn warning card read on audio. The consent form. The warrant and return. The inventory receipt photographed on a kitchen counter, time-stamped and unromantic. The arrows formed a sentence with no adjectives. Appeals like sentences that do not admire themselves. Training filled the morning with a class called Preserve or Perish. The instructor sketched the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and wrote 2 columns beside it, objection made and plain error only. She drew a line through the middle as if it were a county road in snow. If you don't object, she said, you're begging for plain error, rare, reluctant, reversible only if it ruins faith in the outcome. A deputy raised a hand. What if instinct bangs on the ribs and wants to talk? Timestamp it, she said, then stop. At 0810, I believed belief is not an objection. Paper is. Let counsel earn the verbs. In the district attorney's seminar upstairs, the whiteboard collected dry truths. The record on appeal is closed, he said. No new facts, no second chance at adjectives. He wrote 3 tools of the trade. Offer of proof, so excluded evidence has somewhere to live. Contemporaneous objection, so error isn't a rumor-specific ground, so judges aren't asked to read minds. He handed around 3 one-pagers like hymnals. Amber criteria with the same boxes empty since the first morning. A warrant template that punishes vagueness. A standards of review cheat sheet. We do not sell stories upstairs, he said. We sell citations. Records tuned their work to the long shelf. Cora packets went out with certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't impersonate context. Parallel packets, identical down to the paper weight, were sealed for the record on appeal when it came. Exhibits marked, page numbers married to index, the redaction log printed because servers catch colds. When a producer pressed for what statute and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the sentence the office says now without apology. We protect access and dignity, both are public interests. Then she called the family first. Appellate courts do not docket kindness. Towns should. Dispatch ran a Thursday drill called if the panel plays the tape. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called about an empty chair and a blinking thread. Call takers spoke in sentences even if callers didn't. Repeated back anchors, times, vehicles, routes, typed with quotation marks around voices and commas where officers could land. The supervisor played the calls and read the CAD alongside them, lips moving like subtitles. If the audio and the log kiss, she said, the panel can stop looking for a place to doubt. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol continued its stubborn generosity. Ruler, sketch, quotes fenced in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without prompting. The advocate offered verbs you can carry, call, stay, leave, plan. And when a detective came in on soft soles with a notebook labeled before-after, the chart did what charts are for. It made testimony behave even after the room has been emptied of heat. Appellate courts read medicine in nouns and do not miss poetry. The lab tuned itself to appellate weather. Methods validated, results repeatable, hashes matching. A junior analyst practiced saying consistent with until it sounded like assurance and not apology. Her bench partner reran confirmatories and initialed margins because verification is mercy to your future self under oath. At the end station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. Standards of review are our friends, she told the room. Abuse of discretion forgives a lot if we acted within reason. De novo forgives nothing if our paper is vague. Write like you know which cliff you're near. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates held a mock appeal in a council chamber where microphones survive meetings and bad theater. A prosecutor argued plain view. Defense argued scope. The panel, retired judge, public defender, DA from a ranch county, asked the only question that matters upstairs. Where is that in the record? The rookies learned to love the unglamorous brilliance of page numbers. Doc kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file schedule, converting spectacle into routine by design. No one appeals the metronome, or they try. Standard of review is called reality and it affirms. Victim Services did the only kind of appellate work that can be done at 6:11 a.m., the hour of thin courage. The phone vibrated. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, the advocate said, the office's single unconditional sentence, I will. Together they set an itinerary of small wins, open the blinds, make toast, read 1 paragraph of whatever came in the mail, text stop when your chest tightens. No citations. Just continuance of life in a jurisdiction that matters more than any docket. At the high school, the counselor added a sheet to the steady binder called If You Read About Yourself Later. It explained what an opinion is, how headlines borrow and bend, why you can skip the comment section and still pass math. The record is not your worth, he told a senior who could diagram appeals better than poems. It's a filing system. You're allowed to outgrow it. A church hall with folding chairs that collect winters like rings on a tree took the late question it always takes. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote the list in block letters anyone could see from the back. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers. Staple context to content, call before you post. She added a 9th line and underlined it once. Object when it matters, cite when it counts, accept when you're wrong. Appeals do not love pride. In chambers, the appellate panel read briefs that had no interest in style beyond clarity. Headings announced standards of review like key signatures. De novo, sufficiency of warrant particularity, clear error, factual findings on consent, abuse of discretion, evidentiary rulings. Where the record was clean, the court affirmed with the modesty of institutions that know not to improvise. Where a photo had wandered into a folder twice, the court scolded gently and found harmless error, a reminder that perfection is not the price of justice, diligence is. Evening placed its hand on the cul-de-sac and steadied it. Steam collected on windows, pencils cast their small shadows. A bicycle carved a chalk river and refused all borders. A patrol car idled one street over from a porch light holding steady because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and said the line aloud because saying it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes looked like they expected to be read by people who weren't there. 1902 observed from threshold. Foyer, keys in dish, purse on console. 1903 requested exact language quoted. 1904 consent granted, form signed, exhibit 4. 1910 consent ended. Warrant sought, CAD time. 1939 warrant executed. Inventory completed. Receipt left on counter, photo 31. Return filed. At the bottom he wrote a sentence that sounds like bureaucracy and functions like a life raft. All time synced. UTC offset noted. BWC clip references included. Back in the basement, the detective eased the binder into its place and typed the memo nobody frames and everybody needs. Appellate readiness verified. Objections preserved. Exhibits indexed. Transcripts certified. Standards mapped. Margins legible. The room hummed the way good paper hums when it knows the next pair of eyes will not be friendly and does not need to be. This is how the case endures beyond the heat of anyone's telling. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools, objections spoken when silence would be easier. The file will never answer why. It will continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how, and at the quieter art of being reviewable without embarrassment. When ordinary falters, as it will, the appellate posture holds the line not with volume but with citations that fit, sentences that stand, and a record that doesn't need the room to like it to be believed. February pressed the town flat and bright, like a page under glass. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights clicked on a breath before dusk and held a breath past dawn. Grammar the neighborhood no longer noticed, only obeyed. Habit had matured into something heavier, reference. Across town, policy wore its Sunday best. The sheriff's conference room filled with people who write sentences other people must live by, chiefs from small agencies, a city attorney, 2 union reps, a judge in a sweater that refused to be formal, and a woman from the state post board with a pen that clicked like a metronome. On the screen, a memo's subject line that did not ask to be admired. Proposed model policy, first-hour response and documentation. Beneath it, a syllabus of lessons the county had learned the long way and now offered in short. Plain view, consent boundaries, time sync protocol, inventory and return, redaction index, victim notice. The heading at the top read like a drumbeat, precedent without precedent, policy born not of court order but of a town's stubborn desire to behave even when no one is watching. The sheriff tapped the first page where the hinge belongs. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. Make this your muscle memory, she said. Everything else is detail. The detail matters. The posture matters more. A city attorney added what policy writers call oxygen. Tie each step to an authority, state constitution, statute, case law. Don't lean on hope. Lean on holdings. The judge nodded as if she were listening to her own bench years in advance and underlined a line that deserved the ink. Photograph before moving. Explain why moved. Stop at drawers. Downstairs, the detective who had carried the binder longer than any headline lasted opened it again. Not for nostalgia, but for reproduction. The 4 verbs observed, requested, declined, obtained went on a fresh sticky like a christening without champagne. He photocopied the checklists that had become culture: doorway vantage, consent script, stop for paper trigger, inventory receipt picture, punching clean holes to make a packet that could survive glove boxes in winter. On a yellow legal pad, he wrote a sentence that would never trend and would save something somewhere. Policy is a road. Precedent is the mile marker that proves it's a road. Training upstairs replaced myth with margins. The instructor drew the tidy foyer: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and bracketed it with 2 citations scribbled in the corner like good luck charms. A state case on plain view from threshold. A federal decision reminding everyone that devices are doors, not windows. A deputy asked where instinct belongs when the room speaks in absence. In the margin with a time, the instructor answered, the county's catechism. At 0810, I believed, then stop. Let policy carry you to paper and paper carry you to court. Dispatch added footnotes to its rituals. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called about an empty chair and a blinking thread. Call takers spoke in sentences and typed with quotation marks around voices. They added a line at the end that looked like nothing and meant everything. Audio retained per retention schedule. UTC offset recorded. The supervisor stapled a 1-page cites and reasons sheet to the console wall. Why they repeat back times. Why they spell street names out loud. Why commas are rails. Precedent, she told a new hire, is just the proof that you weren't making it up. In records, packets left the counter like letters from a competent future. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't impersonate narrative, warrant and return tabbed, a printed redaction index with statutes cited in plain numbers and small fonts. When a producer pressed again for what law and decency keep sealed, the clerk read the refrain that had become spine. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. Then she called a family before the envelope traveled, a precedent no court had ordered and every good office should observe. Write it down, the postwoman said later. If kindness is part of excellence, make it part of policy. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol received a citation of its own. A state Supreme Court footnote endorsing nurse-driven documentation as reliable medical evidence when done with scale, sketch, and quoted words. The attending printed it and taped it inside the med room cabinet above the rulers. A resident asked what that changed. Nothing, if you do it right, the nurse said, drawing a bruise with the same calm she brings to vitals. Everything, if anybody asks later why we measured twice. The lab annotated its boredom. On a corkboard above the benches, 3 holdings in neat bullet points. Hash-match admissibility under state evidence rule. Peer review as foundation, not flair. Consistent with favored over certainty where certainty's a lie. A junior analyst practiced the phrase until it sounded like assurance. Her bench partner initialed margins because verification is mercy to your future self under oath. At the end station, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse. Precedent is the court agreeing with your habits, she said. Right habits they can agree with. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates put the model policy on their website under a heading that would make a graphic designer frown and a judge smile. How we knock. Lead unit knocks the 2-beat rhythm. Shadow car arrives 5 minutes later with atomic blue certainty and a laminated checklist. Consent requested and recorded. Photos from thresholds not posed. Drawers left shut until paper says otherwise. Receipt left. Return filed. They added a sentence borrowed whole from the town that taught them. Start small, document big. The district attorney ran a clinic in a gym where banners preserve victories no one appeals. The session had a title only prosecutors could love, foundations and footnotes, and contained 3 handouts. The amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first morning. A warrant template that punishes vagueness. A 1-pager titled where to put the case name, not at the top of a tweet, but in the paragraph that explains why you acted like a person who has read something before. Precedent isn't a trophy, he said. It's a handle. Victim Services confirmed a policy they had been following without writing. Notice before release, accompaniment by request, quiet after. At 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour, the phone vibrated. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, the advocate said, the office's single unconditional sentence, I will. They scheduled 2 future calls and agreed on a third only if wanted. Write it down, the post woman would tell the sheriff later. That sentence deserves a manual. Doc did not applaud. It kept its arithmetic counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file routine converting spectacle into schedule by design. If there is precedent inside, it's called yesterday, affirmed daily without opinion. At the high school, the counselor slid a new page into the steady binder. If policy touches you, what a return looks like, how to ask for clarification, how to say not today without missing algebra. Policy is how strangers behave the same, he told a freshman who looked like he'd memorized escape routes. Precedent is why they must. A church hall filled with folding chairs took the late question that always wants a sermon and keeps getting a list. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote in block letters big enough for the back row. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving. Stop at drawers. Staple context to content. Call before you post. Then she added the new 9th line and underlined it once. Write it into policy. Live it into precedent. Evening set its hand on the cul-de-sac. Steam collected on windows. Pencils made half-moons on worksheets. A bicycle carved a chalk river that refused to be a border. A patrol car idled 1 street over from a porch light holding steady because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and spoke the line aloud because saying it turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big, 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes looked like the preface to a manual. 1902 observed from threshold, foyer, keys in dish, purse on console. 1903 requested exact words quoted. 1904 consent granted, form signed, exhibit 4. 1910 consent ended, warrant sought, CAD time. 1939 warrant executed, inventory completed, receipt left on counter, photo 31. Return filed, UTC offset noted, audio preserved. No flourish. Only sentences sturdy enough for other departments to borrow. Back in the conference room, the post woman capped her pen and smiled a tired smile that meant adoption, not applause. Model policy approved by consensus. The judge gathered her sweater and left with a copy folded into quarters like a map. You've written yourselves into a better habit, she said at the door. Let it outlive you. This is what the case gives the town now. Not anecdotes, but standards, porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. The file will never answer why. It will go on excelling at who, what, when, where, how, and at the quieter victory of turning behavior into policy and policy into precedent. When ordinary falters, as it will, those sentences will be waiting, already agreed upon, so the measured truth can keep outrunning the loud story without needing to raise its voice. March scraped frost off the mornings and left the pavement the color of deliberate. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights rose a breath before dusk and bowed a breath past dawn, habit now indistinguishable from infrastructure. No one debated it anymore. The street kept time the way a clock keeps faith. Across town, a different kind of keeping took its turn, oversight. not crisis calibration. The Civilian Review Board met in a municipal room with stackable chairs and carpet the color of municipal. There were no microphones that begged for speeches, only packets, policies, timelines, warrant and return, redaction indexes, body-worn clips cued to the minutes that had mattered. The chair opened with a sentence designed to remove heat and leave light. Today is about whether our habits match our rules. The sheriff arrived with the binder the county treats like a tool and not a trophy, and set it on the table the way a carpenter sets down a level. Inside the cover, as always, the hinge that makes later sentences possible. I observed, I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. She slid copies of the year's first-hour audit across the table. Bodycam advisements matched cards. Timesync slips matched doorbell stamps. Inventory receipts sat in photographs on countertops untouched by staging. We built a posture, she said. Your job is to check our spine. A city attorney spoke in nouns, not insulation. Lawful vantage, particularity, scope, plain view, receipt left, return filed. A board member asked the question that belongs in these rooms. Where does the heat go? The sheriff tapped the sentence records had written into policy and culture. We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests. If something hurts, we show our work, she said. If showing it will harm someone who didn't choose this, we show the index and the law that says why not. Downstairs, Internal Affairs ran its quiet audit. 5 cases at random, 5 reports read as if by strangers. A sergeant with a pencil behind her ear and a distrust of adjectives traced each line from call to closure. CAD log right arrow doorbell stamp right arrow bodycam clip. Consent form right arrow warrant right arrow return right arrow inventory photo right arrow lab accession right arrow hash values. When a comma wobbled, she circled it. When a time lacked its UTC, she flagged it and sent a note that read like good housekeeping. Corrected, refiled, training note added. Training turned oversight into muscle. On the whiteboard, the instructor drew the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and then wrote 3 headings above it: policy, practice, proof. Under policy, plain view from threshold, ask for consent, warrant when consent ends. Under practice, 2-knock rhythm, voice level, quote exact words. Under proof, timestamps, photographs before movement, the receipt photo on the counter, the redaction index that explains the blanks. A deputy raised a hand. Where does instinct live when the room speaks in absence? In the margin with a time, the instructor said. At 0810, I believed, then stop. Oversight reads your paper, not your gut. Dispatch ran the reviewer's ear drill. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called about an empty chair and a blinking thread. Call takers spoke in sentences, confirmed addresses aloud, spelled street names, and placed quotation marks where voices belonged. The supervisor played the audio while reading the log, finger under each comma like a schoolteacher. If a board listens later, she said, the tape and the text must kiss. Records prepared the packets oversight requires without making it look like a performance. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't impersonate narrative, warrant and return tabbed. A printed redaction index citing statute in small, stubborn fonts. When a media request pressed at the edge of decency, the clerk read the refrain without apology and then made the phone call the law doesn't demand and the town expects. Notice to family before footage traveled. Oversight isn't just about catching errors. It is about codifying courtesies. At the hospital, the strangulation protocol added its own mirror. Once a quarter, 2 charts were chosen at random and read by a nurse who hadn't touched them. Ruler measurements checked against photos, quotes checked against narrative, the second set of measurements in a different hand confirmed. The attending wrote a note in the margin that oversight would recognize as virtue rather than flaw. Once corrected noun, left-right swapped, addendum filed. Precision is not pride, it is repair. In the lab, the quality manager posted a small sign that sounded like a dare to ego and a love letter to process. Peer review is not mistrust, it's accountability you schedule. A junior analyst practiced consistent with until assurance replaced apology. Her bench partner reran confirmatories and initialed the margin because verification is mercy to your future self under oath. Chain of custody lines were touched, not to dramatize, but to remind fingers what accountability feels like in skin. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates invited the county in for a ride-along audit. The lead unit knocked the 2-beat rhythm. The shadow car arrived 5 minutes later with atomic blue certainty and a laminated checklist. Consent granted, documented. Photos from thresholds, not posed. Drawers stayed shut until paper said otherwise. Afterward, they sat in a break room that smelled like burnt coffee and asked for notes like grown-ups. They received 2 UTC offset on CAD missing in 1 line, receipt photo framed close, add wide shot, and wrote them on a board titled "We Fix It." The district attorney hosted a public session in a gym where last year's banners creaked softly in their own time. Topic: oversight without spectacle. 3 handouts, amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first morning, a warrant template that punishes vagueness, a 1-pager titled "How to Read Our Redactions, Purpose, Statute, Who to Call If You Think We Got It Wrong." A teenager asked if oversight ever makes cases weaker. "It makes weak cases honest and strong cases stronger," the DA said. "That's the point." Victim services wrote their part into policy, quietly, finally, after years of doing it by muscle. Notice before release, accompaniment upon request, morning calls available, opt-out honored. At 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour, a phone vibrated. The advocate answered with the office's sentence that is both oath and oversight. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she said, "I will." They planned a day in small, manageable jurisdictions. Open blinds, make toast, read if you want, stop if you need. The policy didn't make it easier. It made it repeatable. Doc kept its arithmetic with the indifference that reassures. Counts, doors, passes, trays. Protective housing a line in a file, schedule converting spectacle into routine by design. Oversight here looks like signatures that don't care about cameras and logs that outlive wardens. At the high school, the counselor added a page to the steady binder called "If You're Filmed," what bodycam looks like, what to tell your parents, how to ask for context, how to say "I'd like a minute" without missing algebra. Oversight shouldn't feel like surveillance, he told a student who already knew the corners of every hallway. It should feel like rules that keep adults from improvising. In a church hall where folding chairs know every version of the late question, the sheriff wrote the list the town has memorized and keeps asking to hear. How do we help without making it worse? Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers, staple context to content, call before you post. She added the new line and underlined it once. Invite review, fix what the mirror shows. Dusk placed its careful hand on the cul-de-sac. Steam-pressed pale stamps on kitchen windows. Pencils made small crescents on worksheets. A bicycle traced a chalk river that refused to be a border. A patrol car idled 1 street over from a porch light that held because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and said the line aloud because speaking it turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. He wrote 1901 observed from threshold, foyer, keys in dish, purse on console. 1902 requested exact words quoted. 1903 consent granted, form signed. 1910 consent ended, warrant sought, CAD time, UTC noted. 1939 warrant executed. Inventory completed. Receipt left on counter, photo 31. Return filed. Beneath it, he added a sentence that oversight loves more than rhetoric: audio preserved. Review welcome. Back in the municipal room, the board voted without flourish. Policies consistent, practices aligned, 2 fixes ordered and accepted. No applause, just paper improved by eyes that didn't write it. That is what oversight looks like in a town that prefers nouns. Not scandal, but maintenance. The kind that keeps bridges safe and records legible, so the measured truth can keep outrunning the loud story without anyone needing to shout. April loosened the air and made the sidewalk sound like pencils. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights rose a breath before dusk and bowed a breath past dawn, habit that read like a ledger line the street wrote across night. Balanced, carried, brought forward. Across town, another ledger waited in a smaller courtroom with a softer clock. Restitution, not damages, that belongs to civil rooms, not mercy, which belongs to living rooms, but arithmetic. The law asks the guilty to answer for what the living paid. No cameras, a clerk with tidy penmanship, a bench that prefers receipts to speeches. The district attorney entered without his trial posture and set down a folder that didn't need to be heavy to matter. Invoices, counseling statements, mileage logs printed from maps, a copy of an employer letter written in the tight voice of someone who does payroll on Tuesdays. He had highlighted in quiet yellow the parts that convert grief into math: funeral costs, counseling copays, locks and windows, days lost, the gas it takes to keep appointments that no one wants to keep. Restitution is not vindication. It is the state's blunt promise to notice the small ruin. A victim advocate sat shoulder to shoulder with a relative and explained the choreography as if she were calling a dance. We tell the court what was spent. We show the court why. We ask for a number with a spine. If ordered, the number follows the person like a shadow that pays toward daylight. If denied, you'll hear why in sentences the law can defend. The relative nodded, eyes on a copy of the list that felt impolite until it felt like oxygen. Downstairs in the sheriff's building, the detective opened the binder the county treats like a tool and not a shrine and copied the hinge onto a fresh sticky because repetition is a kind of oath. I observed. I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. Beneath it he wrote smaller lines that had matured into culture. Receipt left. Return filed. Timeline stapled on top. Notice to family before release. Then one more for today. Restitution packet compiled. Contact confirmed. Paper can't heal, but it can refuse to forget. Training upstairs turned money into procedure. The instructor drew the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and wrote costs that follow incidents above it like a weather report. The room listed what adds up while news cycles forget. Childcare to attend hearings, time off for counseling, locks replaced because sleep has a memory. Write so these costs have coordinates, she said. Dates, addresses, names. If you can staple a receipt to a sentence, do it. You're not building a story. You're building an invoice the law will honor. Dispatch practiced adding a line at the end of their afternoon, after the neighbor's call about a porch light that forgot dawn, after the coworker's voice describing an empty chair. Victim resources offered, travel mileage noted upon request. The supervisor underlined a policy note on the console wall: offer, don't urge, because dignity is a number 2. Records prepared packets with their usual composure. Certified copies, redactions explained, timeline stapled on top, warrant and return tabbed. A redaction index printed in small fonts and statute numbers that behave under audit. Attached, this time, a one-page restitution guide written in nouns. What the court can order, what it can't, where to mail receipts, what to do when the number changes because grief bills monthly. Before mailing, the clerk made the call the statute doesn't demand and the office believes in. Notice to family. Courtesy is not a claim, it's a bridge. In the lab, restitution sounded like mileage logs and overtime accounted for without flourish. A junior analyst noted hours attached to subpoenas and testified when asked, not to inflate the ledger, but to keep the system honest. Her bench partner initialed margins as always. Verification is mercy to your future self under oath, because small numbers need the same spine as large ones. The hospital added quiet math to its chart. The strangulation protocol remained ruler sketch, quotes fenced in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements. At discharge, the advocate slid across a sheet no one wants and everyone later needs. Organizations that help with bills that do not have the decency to wait for justice. Keep receipts, she said gently. Let the state keep its promise. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates stapled a restoration note to their model policy. Receipt photo. Return filed. Victim resources offered with contact. Restitution template provided. The sergeant who posted it hadn't been to law school and didn't feel inferior about it. If kindness is repeatable, she said, write it down. The district attorney hosted a night clinic in a gym where last year's banners hummed their low self-importance. Title: What the Court Can Make Them Pay. He slid 3 handouts across folding tables, the amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first day, a warrant template that punishes vagueness, a 1-pager on restitution and proof, receipts, estimates, sworn statements, the difference between loss and ache. A hand went up. Do we ever get enough? The DA shook his head. No, but we get what the law can carry. We make the state keep its own receipt. Victim services coded their spirit into a rule at last. Morning calls offered, accompaniment for restitution hearings, opt-out honored without question. At 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour, the phone vibrated. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, the advocate said, the office's single unconditional sentence, I will. They set 2 alarms, one for breakfast, one for walking into a building where arithmetic attempts tenderness. Doc did what Doc does. Counts, doors, passes, trays. Protective housing, a line in a file, schedule turning spectacle into routine without asking permission. Inside, ledgers balance whether or not anyone claps. Outside, debates about monotony and mercy change the temperature and not the time. At the high school, the counselor slid a sheet into the steady binder titled If Bills Arrive with Grief. It explained without adjectives how to keep receipts, whom to email, why a number with a judge's signature isn't charity. This is not extra credit, he told a student who collects forms like talismans. This is the state acknowledging subtraction. In a church hall with folding chairs that have listened to too many winters, the sheriff wrote her litany with the steadiness that has become a style. How do we help without making it worse? Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers. Staple context to content, call before you post. She uncapped the marker again for a new line. Help the math teach receipts, testify clean, make the state pay what it owes. Dusk set its hand on the cul-de-sac. Steam taped itself to kitchen windows. Pencils cast little crescents on worksheets. A bicycle traced a chalk river that refused to be a border. A patrol car idled 1 street over from a porch light that held because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and spoke the line aloud because saying it turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big. 2-knock rhythm. Voice level. Consent requested and recorded. His notes ended with a sentence he'd been taught to include when nights turn into months. Victim resources provided. Restitution information explained. Contact confirmed. It looked like nothing. It sounded like someone being expected to heal without being asked to finance it. Back in the small courtroom, the judge added numbers out loud so the room could hear where dignity begins. This receipt, yes. This estimate held for more proof. This request beyond the court's reach without a civil suit. The order signed with a modest thud that felt like a drawer shutting correctly. No applause. Just a ledger that remembered the difference between sympathy and obligation. This is how the case keeps living where lives must. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools, and a ledger that refuses to pretend loss is free. The file will never answer why. It will continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how, and at the durable kindness of turning sorrow into invoices the state is required to honor. When ordinary falters, as it will, restitution is one more way the measured truth outpaces the loud story, not with triumph but with a paid bill and a little less weight to carry. May arrived with the soft insistence of lilacs and lawnmowers. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights kept their early oath and late goodbye. Sentence marks at the edge of the block's quiet paragraph. No one argued about them anymore. They were simply how the street spoke to the dark. Across town, another language took its turn. Sunshine, not weather law. The state's open record statute, glassy and stubborn, asking governments to show what they've done without handing out harm. Requests came like spring mail, stamped, polite, insistent. A newsroom asked for every 911 call within a window. A podcaster wanted body-worn clips. A law clinic sought the warrant and the return, plus the inventory and the photo that proves a receipt was left in a kitchen untouched by staging. An advocate requested policies, not footage, plain view, consent, time sync, redaction index, victim notice, because precedent lives or dies on paper. In records, the clerk stacked packets the way a good teacher stacks quizzes, by due date and degree of difficulty. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't impersonate narrative, the warrant and return tabbed, the redaction index printed in patient fonts with statutes for anyone willing to read them. For injury images and anything inside private rooms unrelated to an element, the answer came with a backbone, withheld per statute, reference to case law that expects dignity from those who collect and disclose. Before any packet moved, the phone call the law does not demand and the office believes in. Notice to family. Courtesy isn't a loophole, it's a lane. The sheriff brought the binder the county treats like a tool into a glass-walled room and set it down as a carpenter sets a level. Inside the cover, as light-locked as ever the hinge, I observed, I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. The transparency meeting wasn't about confession, it was about proof. She opened to audits that did not blush. Bodycam advisements matched cards. The time sync kit kept doorbell stamps and CAD in tune. Inventory receipts sat in photographs on counters, time-stamped, unromantic. Sunshine is not spectacle, she said. It is accountability formatted. Upstairs, training reframed the familiar foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats as a public document. On a whiteboard titled Disclose versus Protect, the instructor drew 2 columns. Under Disclose, CAD logs with clocks, 911 audio with transcripts, doorbell stills where no child's face lives, warrant, particularity, return, inventory, lab bench notes with the inky patience of initials. Under Protect, autopsy photos, child identifiers, private addresses, industrial coordinates, movements inside rooms unrelated to elements. Sunshine has shade by design, she said. If you can't defend a redaction with a statute, it's a curtain, not a policy. Dispatch practiced a drill called readable air. A neighbor's voice about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker describing an empty chair and a thread gone silent. Call takers spoke in sentences even when callers didn't. Repeated back times, spellings makes. Quotation marks where voices belong, commas where officers can land. The supervisor played the audio and read the log along with it. The two matched like lips and subtitles. When this goes out, she said, it has to hold up without us in the room. At the hospital, sunshine meant something gentler. A release policy laminated inside a cabinet. What charts can travel, whose signature carries consent, how to redact quotes that live in bodies but cannot be returned to privacy once broadcast. The strangulation protocol stayed ruler, sketch, quotes fenced in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without prompting. The advocate carried verbs you can keep in a pocket, call, stay, leave, plan, and told the patient that requests might arrive. We will shield what the law lets us, she said, and we will call you before anything goes. The district attorney hosted Sunshine and Spine in a gym where the banners learned to mind their own business. 3 handouts, the amber explainer with the same boxes empty as that first morning, a warrant template that punishes vagueness, a 1-pager titled What You'll See and What You Won't with Reasons. He wrote 2 sentences on a whiteboard and let them sit. Access is a public interest. Dignity is a public interest. We serve both, he said. We can prove we did without injuring someone who didn't choose this. Downstairs, the detective who audits the boring parts traced a request from intake to envelope the way a carpenter checks studs. CAD right arrow doorbell right arrow bodycam clip, consent form or its absence, right arrow warrant and return right arrow inventory right arrow lab accession right arrow hash values. He circled a comma that leaned and fixed it, flagged a missing UTC offset and filed a training note, corrected, refiled, time standard pinned. Sunshine is not a spotlight, it is a ruler. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates published a page called How We Answer You. Lead lines like plumb bobs, timelines stapled to the front, transcripts with audio, redaction index printed, receipt left, return filed, notice to family before release. They added a sentence they'd stolen without guilt from the county that taught them: start small, document big. Someone asked if they feared bad faith. The chief shrugged. We fear sloppy more. In the lab, transparency sounded like hash manifests printed in sealed mirror drives offered with values that match or else. A junior analyst practiced the phrase the lab requires and juries respect, consistent with, until assurance replaced apology. Her bench partner reran confirmatories and initialed margins because verification is mercy to your future self under oath. On the corkboard, 3 lines of case law about admissibility of digital extractions and the foundation a witness must lay. Sunshine reads footnotes first. Victim Services wrote their ethic onto policy letterhead at last. Notice before release, accompaniment offered, morning calls available, opt-out honored. At 6:12 a.m., the thin courage hour, the phone vibrated. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, the advocate said, the office's single unconditional sentence, I will. They decided whether to read a packet today or Friday and who should hold the envelopes, another small mercy. Sunshine at a pace a body can stand. Doc kept its arithmetic, counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file, routine converting spectacle to schedule by design. Requests came for incident logs. Replies went out with dates, times, nothing lurid. Inside, predictability is the only transparency that spends. At the high school, the counselor slid a sheet into the steady binder. If the news calls, how to say no, how to ask for a written question, why to loop in an adult, where to find the phrase decline to comment without sounding afraid. You're not a public record, he told a junior who collects facts like shelter. You are a person. We can help you be both smart and quiet. A church hall filled its folding chairs and asked its late question, as always, with its hat in its hands. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote the litany large enough for the back row. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers. Staple context to content, call before you post. She added a last line she wished she'd known how to write the first year. Honor Sunshine with statute and manners. Evening steadied the cul-de-sac to the right volume. Steam on windows, soft graphite on worksheets. A bicycle etching a chalk river that refused to be a border. A patrol car idled one street over from a porch light that held because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and said the line aloud because speaking it turns guidance into practice. Start small, document big, 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes ended with a sentence added this spring: small, firm, ready, records prepared for release, timeline on top, redaction index attached, family noticed. Back in records, the clerk sealed 3 envelopes, initialed the flaps, logged the handoffs, and turned off her lamp. No applause, just paper that could justify itself to strangers without raising its voice. That's sunshine when it works. Light that shows the work without bleaching the living. The file will never answer why. It will go on excelling at who, what, when, where, how, and at the daily grace of being seeable without turning people into exhibits. When ordinary falters, as it will, sunshine, managed with law and manners, keeps the measured truth visible long enough for the town to recognize itself. June flattened into wide, durable daylight. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights still rose a breath before dusk and bode a breath past dawn. Habit turned infrastructure. Infrastructure turned weather. Nobody debated it anymore. The street kept time without asking to be thanked. Across town, continuity took a seat at a long table with coffee that tasted like fluorescent lights. The agenda read like a maintenance schedule for truth. Staff turnover plan, institutional memory, cross-training, continuity of care. The sheriff tapped the first item and spoke the sentence everyone had learned to prefer over inspiration. If a person leaves, the practice stays. She set the binder on the table as if returning a wrench to its hook. Inside the cover, as constant as the seasons, the hinge that outlives rookies and headlines both, I observed, I requested. Consent was declined. A warrant was obtained. She slid across a slim packet labeled Succession Notes, how to find the time sync kit without asking where the redaction index template lives, what receipt left, return filed looks like when done correctly and not theatrically. Continuity is not who, she said. It's how place where strangers can reach it. Downstairs, a detective who had taught this file to behave opened the evidence ledger and ran a fingertip along a line that had been signed so many times it felt carved. Chain of custody continuous. He initialed a seal with the tidy pressure of someone writing for people he will never meet, then wrote a memo that will never trend and always matter. Handoff drill completed, passwords escrowed, audit keys logged, margins legible. Continuity does not clap. It reconciles. Training replaced heroics with choreography. The instructor drew the tidy foyer, purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and then wrote if someone else has to finish your sentence above the whiteboard. Under it, 3 columns, where, when, why, where you stood from threshold facing north. When you saw 0812, UTC offset noted. Why you moved for safety, for consent, for warrant terms. Write in a way the next set of hands can pick up the thread without pulling at it, she said. A deputy asked where instinct belongs when a room speaks in absence. In the margin with a time, she said. At 0810, I believe, then stop. Continuity trusts nouns. Dispatch practiced passing the baton. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker called about an empty chair and a blinking thread. Mid-call shift change. One call taker stood, one sat, headphones trading chairs. The supervisor watched the handover like a judge watches foundation. Names repeated, times confirmed, quotation marks closed, commas kept where officers could land. She played the audio back against the CAD log and nodded only when the seam between voices vanished. If the file breathes, it's because you didn't make it hold its breath, she said. Records ran continuity as if it were an assembly line that liked being precise. Certified copies, redactions explained, timeline stapled on top, warrant and return tabbed, redaction index printed with stubborn fonts. The long desk had 2 chairs instead of one, a small rebellion against solo heroics. One clerk assembles, another checks and initialed. Before any packet moved, the call the statute doesn't require and decency does, notice to family. The policy was new. The practice had outlived policies. At the hospital, continuity meant a chart that could cross rooms without losing its pulse. The strangulation protocol remained ruler, sketch, quotes fenced in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without prompting. At shift change, the outgoing nurse tapped a line with a gloved finger and said, voice hoarse, observe overnight, advocate notified, then signed a tidy handoff note with enough nouns to survive the weekend. The detective, soft soles and a notebook labeled before-after, wrote less because the chart had learned to speak. The lab ran its everyday orchestra without its first chair and didn't wobble. A junior analyst read through SOP 17, digital imaging and hashing, then did it by the page, then again by memory, then again while a partner watched and initialed. Hashes matched, controls held, the phrase consistent with arrived clean and free of apology. On the corkboard, a small sign had replaced a larger one. People rotate. Procedures stay. At the end bench, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse and said what she always says when the room forgets how resilient boredom can be. Verification is mercy to your future self under oath. The district attorney hosted a clinic under a scoreboard scabbed with old tape. Continuity of proof. 3 handouts like a recurring dream. The amber explainer with the same boxes stubbornly empty. A warrant template that punishes vagueness. A 1-pager titled If Counsel Changes. How to read a case like a stranger. Where to find exhibits without cursing. What order to open the drive so your hash list doesn't accuse you of improvising. The case is not yours, he told a row of prosecutors whose inboxes argued otherwise. You are borrowing it from the record. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates ran Echo Protocol with a twist. The shadow car swapped in a new driver at the curb while the lead knocked the two-beat rhythm that carries without frightening. Consent granted, documented. Photos from thresholds. Drawers left shut until paper says otherwise. Back at the station, they printed both affidavits and laid them side by side. The sentences matched like overlaid transparencies. The sergeant circled 2 words, receipt left, and wrote keep in the margin like a blessing. Doc kept its arithmetic with the relief of a metronome. Counts, doors, passes, trays. Protective housing a line in a file schedule that does not ask if anyone approves. New officer on the block, old keys in the lock. The door closed the way it did yesterday and would tomorrow. If there is continuity inside, it's the part that makes drama starve. Victim services made their muscle explicit on paper at last. Morning calls offered, accompaniment offered, opt-out honored, second contact if requested. At 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour, the phone vibrated. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, the advocate said, the sentence that functions as oath and oxygen, I will. They set 2 alarms, one for toast, one for deciding whether to read a letter. If today's advocate rotated out next month, the plan would remain written, respectful, repeatable. At the high school, the counselor slid a page into the steady binder with a title that would never trend and always help. If your helper changes. Contact list with alternates. A script for saying I don't want to start over. A line that authorizes a new adult to read a file so a student doesn't have to become narration. Continuity is a kindness you can schedule, he told a kid who had memorized exits but not the word for relief. A church hall with folding chairs that have learned patience hosted the late question again. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote the list in block letters large enough to quiet the back row. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving. Stop at drawers. Staple context to content. Call before you post. She added a 9th line and underlined it once. Write it so the next honest person can finish your work. Evening steadied the cul-de-sac into its correct volume. Steam on windows, graphite on worksheets, a bicycle carving a chalk river that refused to be a border. A patrol car idled 1 street over from a porch light holding steady because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and said the sentence aloud because speaking turns advice into practice. Start small, document big, 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes looked like they were meant for a stranger's hands tomorrow. 1903 observed from threshold, foyer, keys in dish, purse on console. 1904 requested exact words quoted. 1905 consent granted, form signed, scan saved to case file, paper copy left. 1912 consent ended, warrant sought, CAD time, UTC noted. 1941 warrant executed, inventory completed, receipt left on counter, photo 31. Return filed. 1955 records flagged for release, family notice pending. He initialed, then added a line that continuity loves more than rhetoric. Handoff note entered, next shift briefed. Back at the long table, the sheriff closed the meeting with a sentence that doesn't belong on a poster and does belong on every checklist. The truth is not a personality, it's a procedure. No applause. Just people who make paper behave, picking up their mugs and going back to their desks, leaving behind a stack of habits durable enough to outlast any one of them. This is how the case keeps living where lives must. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants written in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools, plans that survive their authors. The file will never answer why. It will continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how, and at the quiet victory of being finishable by the next honest pair of hands. When ordinary falters, as it will, continuity is the reason the measured truth keeps moving, step to step, voice to voice, without needing anyone to raise their own. July pressed the afternoons flat and humming. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights rose a breath before dusk and bowed a breath past dawn, punctuation that no longer asked to be noticed. The habit had learned to be background, like foundation under a house. Across town, the sheriff convened something that looked like a workshop and felt like a vow: custody of memory, not nostalgia, maintenance. Around a table that had hosted 100 lesser meetings, the people who lived by paper took seats with pens that had already earned their keep. Patrol, records, dispatch, victim services, the lab, a school counselor, the DA with his permanent ink face, even a librarian whose name tag made the room smile. On a whiteboard, the sheriff wrote 4 words everyone could say in their sleep but still deserved fresh ink: observe, request, decline, obtain. She didn't add the pronouns. They were implied by the work. This isn't about retelling, she said. It's about how we remember without re-injuring and how we teach without performing. She underlined the word remember once and the word teach twice. Downstairs, a detective lifted the binder the county treats like a tool, not a trophy, and opened to the hinge that has outlived adjectives. He copied the verbs onto a yellow sticky because repetition is a kind of oath. Then he walked through the building, room to room, checking the small hinges that make institutional memory swing without squeal. The time sync kit blinking a blue that never brags. The shelf where receipt photos are filed wide-shot and unromantic. The drawer with redaction index templates that cite statute instead of whim. He initialed a card and wrote a sentence that will never trend and always matter. Memory audit complete. Context stapled where it belongs. Training turned memory into choreography. The instructor drew the tidy foyer: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, and wrote teach without tearing above the sketch. You can use this room to train, she said, but you must also close the door behind you. On the board she split 2 columns, lesson and limit. Lesson: plain view from threshold. Limit: no reproduction of private rooms beyond elements. Lesson: consent script, exact words quoted. Limit: never dramatize refusals. A deputy asked where instinct belongs when absence speaks louder than furniture. In the margin with a time, the instructor said. At 0810, I believed, then stop. Memory trusts nouns. Dispatch ran a drill called Echoes That Don't Hurt. A neighbor called about a porch light that forgot dawn. 5 minutes later, a coworker described an empty chair and a thread that went quiet. Call takers spoke in tidy sentences with quotation marks around voices and commas where officers could land. The supervisor played the clips and read the CAD alongside them, then toggled to a training copy where names were replaced by roles and addresses softened to street grids. We keep the shape, she said, not the faces. Records set out packets like hymnals, certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top. The clerk slid 2 folders into the outbox and 1 into a drawer labeled study. A parallel set that contained everything a class needs and nothing a family didn't consent to, warrant and return tabbed. A sample redaction index that teaches more than a lecture. Before any envelope left the building, the call the law does not require and the county insists on. Notice to family. Memory, managed as manners. At the hospital, a nurse taped a new page inside the med room cabinet. Teaching from charts: de-identify, secure consent when appropriate, never use images that would fail the refrigerator test in a decent kitchen. The strangulation protocol remained ruler, sketch, quotes fenced in quotation marks. He pressed here. I saw stars. 5 minutes later, a second nurse repeated the measurements without prompting. The advocate arrived with verbs you can keep: call, stay, leave, plan, and reminded the room that some memories are entitled to locks. We teach the posture, she said, not the person. In the lab, the quality manager pinned up a 1-pager titled Exhibits that instruct without exposing. Bullet points in small, stubborn fonts. Hash manifests with sample numbers, not live ones. Bench notes with methods, not names. Consistent with as a doctrine, not a dodge. A junior analyst practiced the phrase until confidence, not apology, took up residence in her voice. Her bench partner initialed margins because verification is mercy to your future self under oath. At the far bench, a senior rested a fingertip on the chain of custody line like a pulse and said the quiet sentence that deserves to be a law. We don't make students carry what families already carried. The district attorney took a folding table under a scoreboard and ran memory that holds shape. 3 handouts: Amber explainer with the same boxes still empty. A warrant template that punishes vagueness. A one-pager titled Case Studies, not Cases. How to abstract elements, how to keep receipt left. Return filed as a principal instead of a photograph someone can bleed on. A student asked whether motive belongs in a memory. The DA shook his head. Motive is how stories feel complete. Elements are how memory behaves. 2 counties over, the smaller agency that borrowed clocks and laminates hosted a quiet symposium in their break room. The agenda fit on an index card. Echo protocol refresher. Sunshine without spectacle. Receipts, returns, redaction. They practiced standing at the threshold and describing a room so a stranger could type it and a family wouldn't wince. Their chief wrote 3 words on a whiteboard that smelled like dry eraser. Kind, repeatable, reviewable. Doc kept its arithmetic with the indifferent compassion of schedule. Counts, doors, passes, trays, protective housing a line in a file. Inside, memory is spared drama by design. If anything is taught there, it is the discipline of time. Same, then same again. Victim Services printed their ethic on letterhead so it can outlive voices. Notice before release, accompaniment upon request, morning calls offered, opt-out honored. At 6:11 a.m., the thin courage hour, the phone vibrated. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, the advocate said, the oath that functions as oxygen, I will. Together they chose what to keep within reach and what to store high, like glassware you only use when strength returns. At the high school, the counselor slipped a page into the steady binder. How to carry a story that isn't yours. It offered sentences for boundaries. I don't discuss that, please ask an adult for the facts. And a map for where to send curious kindness. To policy pages, not whispers. To the sheriff's how we knock link, not to a clip. You're allowed to be gentle and closed at the same time, he told a student who wore vigilance like a backpack. A church hall with folding chairs that remember everything hosted the late question again. How do we help without making it worse? The sheriff wrote the litany large enough for the back row. Notice sooner, write better, ask for consent. If consent ends, get a warrant. Photograph before moving, stop at drawers. Staple context to content, call before you post. She added 2 lines and underlined each once. Teach the habit, not the hurt. Keep custody of memory, not custody of people. Evening steadied the cul-de-sac into its correct volume. Steam on windows, graphite on worksheets, a bicycle carving a chalk river with no interest in borders. A patrol car idled 1 street over from a porch light that held because a timer said so. Inside the cruiser, a deputy slid a laminated card from the visor and spoke the sentence aloud because saying it turns advice into practice. Start small, document big, 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and recorded. His notes ended with the line his sergeant had asked everyone to add this summer. Training copy created, identifiers removed, family notified. It looked like nothing. It felt like stewardship. Back in the conference room, the librarian collected the flip charts and smiled at the fact that policy now sounded like care. The sheriff capped her marker and left the hinge words on the board for the night crew: observe, request, decline, obtain. Verbs that build rooms the future can still walk through. No applause. Only people cleaning up after a meeting that tried to make tomorrow easier for strangers. This is how the case keeps living where lives must. Porch lights on timers, notebooks that outwork batteries, warrants in particular nouns, science loyal to verification, packets that teach while they disclose, calls returned before the coffee cools. It does not promise why. It excels at who, what, when, where, how, and at the quieter craft of holding memory with clean hands, enough to teach, not enough to tear. When ordinary falters, as it will, custody of memory keeps the measured truth from being either spectacle or secret, and lets a town recognize itself without rehearsing its worst day out loud.